left, right, that's how I come, left, right, hey, ooh yeah, ah boy. Welcome, why, hey, chronic, left, right, that's how I come, left, right, hey, ooh yeah, ah boy.
Okay, can y'all hear me? Mic mute. Can y'all hear me? Okay, can y'all hear me? Do we are we back on? Mute. Can y'all hear me? Okay. Okay, can y'all hear me? Let me see. Let me see if we can get this thing going. I'm sorry for the inconveniences, y'all. I'm still learning this thing. You dig what I'm saying? Let me see if I can share my screen. Can y'all hear it? Can y'all hear it? Can you hear me? All right. All right. Okay. They saying it's a little echo. Let's run this thing back. Let's run it back. Hold on. Let's run it back. All right. Now we still on, y'all, right? Everybody can hear me, right? I think you have to mute yours and then the video starts playing. Okay. Let me see. Let me
closely, they found something even more amazing. The animal's stomach was filled with undigested food, swallowed, but without enough time to start the process of digestion. It was, according to one scientist, as if the mammoth had been overwhelmed suddenly with a rapid deep freeze and instant death. But there was something even more bizarre. The food itself.
let me know if y'all can hear this.
Contained over 40 different species of plants, many of which simply did not exist in Siberia. Not then, nor at any time in the past. These were warm weather plants, the kind you find growing today in Mexico. This remarkable find added to what other scientists had discovered when examining mammoths uncovered in the decades prior. Quite simply, the woolly mammoth was not a cold weather animal. It did not have the thick fur found on other Arctic animals, nor the glands in its skin that produce oils which protect against the cold. As the Smithsonian Institution put it in 1919, it appears impossible to find any argument in favor of adaptation to the cold. So why were these mammoths being found in the coldest places on Earth? Some scientists had an answer. The woolly mammoth didn't live in an Arctic climate. Rather, they must have lived somewhere warm, which somehow got very cold very quickly. Could this really be possible? And if so, how? Before we continue, we want to thank ExpressVPN for sponsoring this video. When you use the bathroom, you always close the door behind you, right? You don't want random passersby looking in on you. So why would you let people look this information to ad company? You can get an extra 3 months is until the late 1940s. Economics and the history of science at college inside you today. Use my link and you can get an extra 3 months free. For much of his career, Charles Hapgood did not stand out in any great way from other academics of his time. He received a master's degree from Harvard in 1929 before moving into a quiet life teaching anthropology, economics, and the history of science at colleges across the United States. That is, until the late 1940s, when Hapgood would serendipitously stumble across something which would dramatically alter his career and his life. It started when a student in one of his classes asked a seemingly harmless question about the lost continent of Atlantis. Hapgood decided it would be fun to investigate this question with his students. But when they did, they began to uncover information they were not expecting. Geological and astrological evidence which to Hapgood seemed to suggest the unthinkable. By the mid-1950s, Hapgood had amalgamated this evidence into a stunning theory called the shifting poles theory, or, more dramatically, the cataclysmic pole shift hypothesis. According to Hapgood, a pole shift is when the entire surface of the Earth suddenly moves as one solid piece over the layers of liquid rock that make up the Earth's core. Note, this is not the same thing as continental drift, a well-established factor where moving plate tectonics move the Earth's land masses apart. Rather, Hapgood's pole shift referred to the Earth's geographic poles, those physical points on the Earth's surface which are intersected by its axis of rotation. A geographic pole shift meant a change in the location of these poles, and thus the physical position of locations on Earth. Remember the discovery of woolly mammoths in the coldest places on Earth, their bodies not suited to the climate, their stomachs filled with warm weather plants. Perhaps they were living much closer to the equator before a pole shift took them suddenly into the Arctic, freezing them so fast they could not even finish chewing their food. Interestingly, many years before Hapgood, scientists studying the earliest woolly mammoth remains dabbled with just such a hypothesis. In the late 1700s, French naturalist Georges Cuvier argued that life has been often disturbed on this earth by terrible events, calamities which at their commencement have perhaps moved and overturned to a great depth the entire outer crust of the globe. In 1847, a Danish intellectual named Frederik Plie proposed a periodic déplacement au l'axe du globe, a displacement of the Earth's spin axis, or polar shift, which meant that warm weather animals found in the Arctic had lived there when it was nowhere near the North Pole. In 1866, Sir John Evans, the president of Britain's Geological Society, published a paper titled On a Possible Cause of Changes in the Position of the Axis of the Earth's Crust, which sought to explain the warm weather animals found in the Arctic, again, through a polar shift. Yet, these ideas did not gain any traction and were gradually pushed aside by mainstream science, until the work of Charles Hapgood. In 1958, Hapgood published The Earth's Shifting Crust, laying out his theory and evidence. The book caused quite a stir, with many in the scientific community calling Hapgood's theories pseudo-scientific at best and ridiculous at worst. Yet, despite this opposition, Hapgood was not alone with his theories. While creating his book, Hapgood was collaborating with none other than Albert Einstein. In fact, by the time it was published, Einstein had been such a big part of the process that he wrote the book's foreword. The very first communication that I received from Mr. Hapgood electrified me, Einstein wrote in 1954, asserting that Hapgood's pole shift theory was of great importance to everything that is related to the history of the Earth's surface.
Y'all notice Einstein been in a lot, he had his hands in a lot of stuff. We're going to get into Einstein. He's also mentioned in
quite seriously. Perhaps
the Law
the
of
most
One.
compelling evidence Hapgood presented in the Earth's shifting crust were calculations indicating that the location of the North Pole had shifted 3 times over the last 80,000 years to its current location from a spot in Hudson Bay about 12,000 to 17,000 years ago, to Hudson Bay from an area in the Atlantic Ocean between Iceland and Norway 50,000 to 55,000 years ago, and to this position from a spot in the Yukon 75,000 to 80,000 years ago. Interestingly, in showing this, Hapgood unintentionally provided an explanation for one of the longest-standing archaeological mysteries on Earth. We know that many of the great ancient sites around the world are laid out to reflect the procession of the stars above with such incredible precision that modern scientists ask how ancient civilizations could have been capable of such things. Yet, despite this near impossible precision, many of the sites are angled a few degrees off of the North Pole. How, scientists ask, could ancient civilizations have done such advanced calculations to lay out these sites, but messed up the easiest part? Using Hapgood's 3 purported pole shifts, researchers discovered something incredible. Sites like Stonehenge and the Aztec capital of Teotihuacan were aligned perfectly to the North Pole if the North Pole was in Hapgood's proposed Hudson Bay location. Sites like Chichen Itza and the 400-ton Baalbek stones in Lebanon were aligned perfectly to the Norway-Iceland pole 2 pole shifts ago.
Now, that's key right there. Because when you go to places like Cholula, Mexico, and you're down there at the Temple of the Sun, true north is 15 degrees off than what it would be today. Now, also, the Great Pyramid of Osiris is the Great Pyramid of Osiris is 1 degree off from true north right now, showing that when they were built during the 23rd arc cycle after the creation of man, or from 3953 BC through 1553 BC, also known as the Ark of Spita, also misunderstood as the Ark of the Covenant, showing that at different times, true north or magnetic north and true north, physical north, that's another great thing. Physical north and true north, or true north and magnetic north, are at different places. They don't explain that. Going to show that in our recent historical earthly past, there was a great shift all at once. You dig what I'm talking about? Since we know this is a gradual thing that builds up, you know what I mean? And we're going to get, this also leans and goes into the motion and the movements of the planet itself. Because a great secret you got to know is north and south don't move. They don't move at all. But let's get back into it. Let's see. Hey.
Further, sites like the Great Pyramid at Giza, Angkor Wat, Easter Island, and Machu Picchu were all located along one line, a line which would have been the equator 3 pole shifts ago. Could these ancient sites have been constructed at a time when the Earth's poles were in a different location?
Yes, they
Consider
could.
that often the ruins
And they
we
were.
know today were built on top of even more ancient sites. Does the apparent misalignment of these ancient sites in modern times prove Hapgood's theory? Whether it does or doesn't, the idea that the Earth's geographic poles have shifted in the past does not rely on ancient sites for proof. Rather, that has been given by modern science. In 2018, a study published in Geophysical Research Letters used geographical data to show that the Earth's poles were in a different spot between 48 million and 12 million years ago. To do so, researchers analyzed hotspots on the ocean floor, where magma seeps through the Earth's crust. As the Earth's tectonic plates move over these hotspots, a path is left in the wake. By examining this path, researchers determined how the hotspots had moved, and from this, how the Earth's poles had moved in the distant past. They call this movement true polar wander, but one might simply call it true polar shift. Then, in late 2021, another study published in Nature Communications concluded that the Earth had capsized in the distant past. By examining limestone from Italy for magnetic footprints left in the rock, researchers determined that the Earth had tilted around 12 degrees some 84 million years ago, before righting itself. And
never mind those great numbers. Don't worry about that.
Years later. As a press release which accompanied the study succinctly put it, scientists have found more evidence that Earth tips over from time to time. So, if it is now established that polar shifts have happened in the past, then the question becomes, how? What causes the Earth to tip over from time to time? In the Earth's shifting crust, Hapgood and Einstein proposed an answer. They speculated that the accumulation of ice at the Earth's poles would destabilize the Earth's rotation. Too much ice, and the Earth will, in effect, tip over. As Einstein explained in the foreword to the book, in a polar region there is a continual disposition of ice, which is not symmetrically distributed about the pole.
Even Einstein didn't go on to still believe it.
Masses and produces centrifugal momentum that is transmitted to the rigid crust of the Earth. The constantly increasing centrifugal momentum produced this way will, when it reaches a certain point, produce movement of the Earth's crust over the rest of the Earth's body, and this will displace the polar regions towards the equator.
This is the lovely thing about true science. It's never stuck. It's always changing and progressive. Look what he says later on.
To precipitate a move of the Earth's crust. They continued to correspond regularly, working through the problem right up until Einstein's death. Before he died, the men had come to a conclusion. As Einstein wrote, "Without a doubt, the Earth's crust is strong enough not to give way proportionately as the ice is deposited. That is to say, the buildup of ice at the poles would be insufficient to cause a polar shift. Instead, the men came to believe that it must be some sort of causative forces below the surface of the Earth which precipitated polar shift, a theory presented by Hapgood in his 1970 book, The Path of the Pole. What these causative forces were, Hapgood and Einstein were unsure. It was not just the question of how pole shifts happened which perplexed them, but how fast. Throughout Hapgood's work, he vacillated back and forth between the belief that pole shifts happened instantaneously and the possibility that they could take much longer. On one hand, using words like astonishing suddenness and cataclysm, while at the same time, centuries and millennia, often on the very same page.
Yeah, I'm on the live right now, cuz
in modern
that's
times,
why I was trying
the
to text you.
scientists who have shown that polar shifts have happened in the past speak about it happening
For a little
over
bit, what's the word?
thousands or even millions of years. Yet
All
a
right.
shift this slow does not explain the apparently flash
I
frozen
got you. Give
woolly
me a second.
mammoths.
Give me a second. Just let
Could
me
it
hit me
actually
on the
happen
text. Let
much
me know
faster?
what it is.
Immanuel
All right, then.
Velikovsky
We'll say
was
no
a
more.
Russian-born psychiatrist
All
and
right.
psychoanalyst who, upon his death in 1979, the New York Times called a man of extraordinary talents. Born in 1895, Velikovsky received a medical degree from the University of Moscow in 1921 before moving to Israel and helping to found the Hebrew University of Jerusalem. By 1940, he had moved to the United States, his natural curiosity leading him to an intensive study of seemingly overlapping disasters recorded in ancient manuscripts and artifacts from all over the world. In 1950, he published Worlds in Collision, in which he presented the spectacular conclusion of this study. Velikovsky wrote, around the 15th century BCE, Venus emerged from Jupiter as a comet. This comet closely passed the Earth, a near miss, which changed the Earth's orbit and axis, causing an instant pole shift of 10 degrees or more. 52 years later, having made its journey around the Sun, the comet passed Earth again, with similar results. The comet would then settle into a stable orbit, becoming the planet we know as Venus today, but not before a near miss with Mars displaced that planet from its orbit, causing Mars to make a close approach to Earth in both the 8th and 7th centuries BCE. According to Velikovsky, each of these near misses resulted in catastrophes which were recorded in the mythologies of early civilizations around the world, as in, for example, the biblical story of the Great Flood, which is recorded by all ancient civilizations throughout the globe. In other words, pole shifts happen instantaneously and with disastrous consequences. When Worlds in Collision was released, many in the scientific community portrayed Velikovsky as a crackpot. Despite this, the book became a New York Times bestseller, topping the charts for 11 weeks in a row. Furthermore, there was at least one mainstream scientist willing to engage with Velikovsky's work, Albert Einstein. As with Charles Hapgood, Einstein had many long discussions with Velikovsky about his theories. While Einstein was skeptical, he did not write off Velikovsky completely, and in fact supported parts of his theory. In 1946, 4 years before the book would officially be published, Einstein wrote, there is much of interest in the book which proves that in fact catastrophes have taken place which must be attributed to extraterrestrial causes. However, it is evident to every sensible physicist that these catastrophes can have nothing to do with the planet Venus. As he said more succinctly in 1954, I can say in short, catastrophes, yes. Venus, no. Is it really possible that a series of earth-shattering catastrophes are recorded in the myths of the ancients all over the world? And is it possible that these catastrophes could have been caused by an instantaneous shift in the Earth's poles? If so, well then maybe these pole shifts explain the most mysterious ancient catastrophe of all. Charles Etienne Brasseur de Bourbourg was born in a small town near Dunkirk, France in 1814. As a young man, he became a noted writer in the French literary scene, but as he neared his 30th birthday, he wanted more. He moved to Rome, where in 1845 he was ordained as a Roman Catholic priest. From there, he promptly set off across the Atlantic Ocean to become a professor of ecclesiastical history in Quebec, Canada. Soon, though, his thirst for adventure got the better of him, and he headed south to Mexico and Central America as a missionary. Really, missionary may not be the right word for it. In Mexico and Central America, de Bourbourg would act as an archaeologist, an ethnographer, a historian, traveling extensively through the region and becoming a world-renowned specialist in Mesoamerican studies. Much of his success can be attributed to de Bourborg's purportedly legendary ability to track down rare manuscripts. This ability led him to the discovery of the long-lost Codex Chimalpopoca, a document which de Bourborg believed contained an amazing paradigm-shifting story. According to de Bourborg, the ancient text described a period of 4 cataclysms beginning in 10,500 BCE, each brought about by a shifting of the Earth's geographic poles. But it went further than that. In his seminal 1872 work, Chronologie historique des Mexicains, de Bourborg described how this ancient text told of an advanced civilization that existed before those in Europe or Asia, which was destroyed during the period of cataclysms. The ancient text was, according to de Bourborg, a history of the destruction of the mythical continent of Mu, understood today to be one and the same as the lost continent of Atlantis. Could this ancient text really be a history of the Atlanteans? Building on the work of de Bourborg and his cataclysms, Charles Hapgood believed he was able to put the pieces together. Atlantis didn't sink, he argued, but rather, a rapid pole shift must have moved the advanced civilization of Atlantis from wherever it was to a much colder area. The Atlanteans would have been like the woolly mammoths, flash frozen and buried under the ice. For Hapgood, the perfect candidate for the lost continent of Atlantis then was obvious: Antarctica, a continent buried under ice. But Hapgood had more than speculation. In fact, he came armed with one of the most incredible artifacts in world history. In 1465, Piri Reis was born in the historic seaport of Gallipoli in Ottoman Turkey. He would, over the next 90 years of his life, become no less than one of the most influential maritime figures in human history. He began his career sailing alongside his uncle, a notorious pirate and later an admiral in the Ottoman Turkish Navy, participating in many naval battles until, after his uncle died suddenly during a storm in 1511, Piri Reis returned to Gallipoli and began what would truly become his life's work, the study of navigation. In 1521, Reis put the finishing touches on the Book of Navigation, known as one of the early geographical masterpieces. The book would serve as a guide to captains in the Aegean and Mediterranean seas for 300 years. And yet, it was not the most incredible thing Piri Reis produced during his career. No, that came years earlier, in 1513, when Piri Reis put together the most detailed map of the world ever created at that time. He constructed it using 20 different maps and charts as his source documents. 8 Ptolemaic maps from the 2nd century Greece, 4 Portuguese maps, 1 Arabic map, and even 1 map drawn by Christopher Columbus himself during his journey to the New World only 20 years prior. As one inscription on the map simply put it, no one now living has seen a map like this. Despite being one of the most incredible documents human beings had ever produced, the Piri Reis map was eventually lost to history, forgotten about for hundreds of years. That is, until 1929, when it was rediscovered almost entirely by chance. In that year, the Turkish government commissioned German theologian Gustav Deismann to look through old, disregarded documents collecting dust at the library of the Topkapi Palace in Istanbul. While doing so, Deismann stumbled across a small piece of gazelle skin parchment which, when unfurled, revealed about 1/3 of the historic Piri Reis map, showing the western coasts of Africa and Europe, the eastern coast of Brazil, and various islands in the Atlantic in meticulous detail. The discovery caused an international sensation, as copies were immediately acquired by scientists, researchers, and naval experts all over the world. Among those who obtained a copy was Charles Hapgood. As he examined the map, he began to notice remarkable, almost unbelievable features. First, the map displayed an extraordinary knowledge of global geography, most specifically a precise representation of the South American coastline. How is this possible? Christopher Columbus had only ventured to the New World a few years before the map had been made, and even then, he had only been to the Caribbean. He had not sailed to South America. The existence of the South American coast on the Piri Reis map suggested that Columbus himself had access to additional local maps which showed him these things. Even more incredibly, the map showed the continent of Antarctica when it was free of ice. How was this possible, considering Antarctica was not officially discovered until 1773, 260 years after the creation of the Piri Reis map? Moreover, the last time Antarctica was free of ice was over 6,000 years ago. This suggested that the source maps Columbus used must be at least that old. With this in mind, Charles Hapgood noticed something truly stunning. Upon closer examination, it was clear that the map was using advanced spherical trigonometry in its measurements, a technique
killing that flat Earth theory
until the 18th century.
That kill it right there. Piri Reis map
It was
alone.
impossible to determine a ship's latitude in the southern hemisphere, since the only known method for doing this involved sighting the North Star, which can't be seen in the southern hemisphere. Yet, somehow, the Piri Reis map had accurate latitude measurements in the southern hemisphere. This meant that whatever local source maps Columbus had access to, those who made them had an understanding of spherical trigonometry. Again, Charles Hapgood put the pieces together in his 1966 book, Maps of the Ancient Sea Kings. The reason that these ancient maps were so advanced, according to Hapgood, was that they must have come from a super advanced ancient civilization, Atlantis. Antarctica was shown free of ice in such impeccable detail, Hapgood argued, because this was where the Atlanteans called home. In other words, Antarctica is Atlantis. The ancient civilization was destroyed when a rapid pole shift sent unsuspecting Atlanteans to the South Pole, burying them like the mammoths under miles of ice. Could this really be possible? Could the lost continent of Atlantis really be buried under the ice in Antarctica? Well,
remember,
to modern science,
ice is just
at least
water.
one thing is for sure. Something is buried under there. In 2016, 3D maps from NASA's Operation Ice Bridge appeared to show traces of human settlement buried a mile beneath the ice in Antarctica.
Look at this.
Gigantic underground constructions, some the size of the Eiffel Tower. That same year, Google Earth images showed what appeared to be a massive pyramid poking out of the Antarctic tundra. The next year,
giant Ahuans down there.
A mysterious dome structure.
Gons and Angui Gons.
400 feet across. And again, in 2020, Google Earth images appeared to show a tall, disc-like structure standing on top of the ice. As one scientist put it, these were the type of things that if you see it anywhere in the world, you immediately say, that is definitely man-made. We're in the middle of the Antarctic, so what in the world is that doing there? In 2021, NASA uncovered perhaps the most unusual discovery of all, a vast network of subterranean waterways hidden beneath 1.2 to 2.5 miles of ice, which seemed to be connected to the whole Earth. Could this be a water system used by whoever left behind the mysterious structures? Could it be the Atlanteans? There is perhaps a more pressing question which can be asked here. That pole shifts have happened in the past is established, and many have compiled evidence suggesting the effects of such shifts. Historical events like the parting of the Red Sea, flash-frozen mammoths, even perhaps the utter annihilation of an advanced ancient civilization. The real question is, if these things happened before, could they happen again? On March 18, 1877, in tiny Hopkinsville, Kentucky, Edgar Casey was born into a simple, pious life common in that place at that time. One day at the age of 9, however, Casey would have an experience which would end that simple life forever. While sitting in his favorite spot in the forest reading the Bible, he suddenly came face to face with an angelic winged woman with a musical voice. "Your prayers have been heard," she said to young Edgar. "Tell me what you would like most of all, so that I
Look
may
like
give it to
Edgar
you."
had Suis, huh?
"Most of all," he replied, "I would like to be helpful to others, and especially to children when they are sick." Shortly after this astounding experience, Casey was playing a schoolyard game when he was struck in the back by a ball and suffered a spinal injury, which left him in shock. As he slept that night, with his parents watching over him, he abruptly began to recite ingredients for a poultice which he claimed would heal him. His parents, with nothing to lose, made the poultice and applied it. When Casey awoke, he was miraculously healed, and yet he remembered nothing he'd said during the night.
Sound like JBN,
This
don't
was
it?
the first instance of Edgar Casey's extraordinary talent.
Said his mind was
It
blank. He
turned
didn't
out
remember
that
nothing.
while in a
He
sleeping,
was just typing.
trance-like
He
state,
could see it. He
Casey could
looking at
diagnose and suggest treatment for illnesses and injuries with astonishing accuracy, both for himself and for others. By 1910, the New York Times was reporting on Casey, proclaiming, "Illiterate man becomes doctor when hypnotized." But there was more. While in this trance-like state, Casey was able to answer questions about things which had happened and things yet to take place. In other words, Casey was not only able to make medical diagnoses while he was asleep, he was able to predict the future. For this reason, Edgar Casey became known as the Sleeping Prophet. Over his 40-year career, Casey gave readings to many thousands of people, including such luminaries as Marilyn Monroe, Harry Houdini, Thomas Edison, and Woodrow Wilson. No wonder that at the time of his death, the Washington Post called him the 20th century's most famous psychic. And make no mistake, Casey's prophecies, much like his medical diagnoses, were often astonishingly accurate. In early 1929, Casey warned of a great disturbance in financial circles, which was imminent, accurately predicting the stock market crash, which only a few months later would lead to the Great Depression. In 1935, he foresaw an alliance between Germany, Japan, and Austria, which would result in the whole world being set on fire.
Notice the nature also of his
correctly predicted that 2 U.S.
prophecy.
presidents would die while in office,
It's always
FDR
earthly.
and JFK, and spoke numerous times about the Dead Sea Scrolls years before they had even been discovered. Again and again, Casey was correct about issues of great significance, leading some to call him the most notable mystic since Nostradamus. The question is, if Casey was right about so many things, what other prophecies for the future did he reveal? Well, there is one. In the 1930s, Casey began to make a series of predictions which became known simply as Earth changes. These changes referred broadly to a series of cataclysmic events which would alter human life on Earth. Crucially, these changes would be precipitated, according to Casey, by a shift of the Earth's poles, and the results would be catastrophic. The Earth will be broken up in many places. The early portion will see a change in the physical aspect of the west coast of America. There will be open waters appear in the northern portions of Greenland. There will be new land seen off the Caribbean Sea, and dry land appear. South America shall be shaken from the uppermost portion to the end, and in the Antarctic off Tierra del Fuego, land, and a strait with rushing waters. The greater portion of Japan must go into the sea. The upper portion of Europe will be changed as in a twinkling of an eye. Land will appear off the east coast of America. There will be upheavals in the Antarctic that will make for the eruption of volcanoes in the torrid areas. Casey even provided a map of what the Earth would look like as these shocking changes took place. During one reading, Casey revealed that this period of cataclysms would begin in 2000 or 2001, when a new cycle begins.
Was he right that a cycle began in 2001? 2000?
It seems that on this prediction,
Was he correct?
The sleeping prophet was wrong.
Hell no, he wasn't right.
Or was he? In 2001,
Listen, though.
Scientists began to notice something bizarre happening to the Earth's magnetic pole. It was moving at an unexpectedly rapid rate. The Earth's magnetic pole is not the same as the geographic pole referred to by The magnetic pole is the force that makes a compass work. It is not fixed and is constantly moving. Scientists even say that it has shifted as much as 180 degrees in the past. And yet, since 2001, it has been moving faster than anticipated. So quickly, in fact, that it is starting to mess up modern navigation equipment. Unbelievably, scientists are now estimating the Earth's magnetic pole will move between 250 to 400 miles over the next decade alone. Think about it. If you use a compass to walk north 10 years from now, it will take you to a place hundreds of miles away from where it would take you today. In fact, the magnetic pole began moving at such an alarming rate in 2001 that by 2011, NASA felt obliged to release a statement assuring people that magnetic pole shifts happen all the time and have minimal effects on life on Earth. Except that was 2011, and more recent science suggests something markedly different. Science has long known that the last time the Earth's magnetic poles flipped was about 41,000 years ago.
Listen to the
during
date.
a period known as the Lachamps event. Previously, scientists didn't think this flip had any major impact on Earth's environment or the plants and animals living there. But that all changed in 2021, when a fossilized tree, many tens of thousands of years old, was uncovered in New Zealand. The perfectly preserved rings of this tree gave scientists an exceptionally detailed record of Earth's environmental conditions deep in the past. It was like the Rosetta Stone, in the words of one researcher. Shockingly, the rings showed that when the magnetic poles flipped, the strength of the Earth's magnetic field almost vanished, leaving the Earth without a shield against high-energy particles from the sun and outside the solar system. This caused dangerous levels of ultraviolet radiation in the atmosphere and changed the Earth's weather patterns significantly.
Remember that.
The result was the extinction of many large mammals.
Where did this all this radioactivity come from?
Escape the radiation. Some believe it could even have caused the extinction of the Neanderthals. As one researcher put it, it would have been an incredibly scary time, almost like the end of days. Think about how fast the Earth's magnetic pole is moving right now. Some scientists say this could mean the next flip is imminent, that Earth's magnetic field could flip in our lifetime.
Is it?
Even NASA admits that it has been more than twice as long as usual since the last flip.
Has it been?
If the Earth's magnetic pole does flip, well, in the words of one scientist, say goodbye to modern life. It would mean the end of electromagnetic technology, satellites, internet, phones, even the power grid, alongside the mass proliferation of things like cancer. It could be horrific, but actually, it could be even worse. Scientists point out that the reason the Earth's magnetic pole is moving so rapidly right now is because of extreme and unusual movement within the Earth's molten core. Remember Hapgood and Einstein postulating that a buildup of ice would not be sufficient to slide the Earth's crust over its center like a loose peel around an orange, but instead it would be something within the Earth that would act as the push that causes a true polar shift. Perhaps the movement.
Notice they saying push, not pull like gravity.
Right now.
These boys know what's up.
Hapgood and Einstein envisioned. Notably, in the 1994 book World in Peril, author Ken White, the son of famed Arctic explorer Major Maynard White, used geophysics to assert that the triggering mechanism for a geographic pole shift will in fact be a flip of the Earth's magnetic poles. As White wrote, "It It was determined through repeated experimentation that as the magnetic pole approached the geographic pole, the magnetic pole would at some point accelerate its rate of convergence as though pulled towards the geographic pole by centripetal force and jump to coincide. But instead of the poles coinciding, the magnetic pole would rapidly flip around the geographic pole, then spin off towards the equator as though by centrifugal force, ending up in a position where the two axes assumed an approximate 89-degree divergence. Could this be what is happening now? If so, then not only must we worry about the terrifying end-of-days effects of a potentially imminent magnetic pole shift, but also the type of geographic pole shift that may have flash frozen the mammoths and wiped out the advanced civilization of Atlantis. This sounds serious, so why don't we know more about it? Some suggest that scientists and world leaders know more about an impending pole shift disaster than they are letting on, and that they suppress this information to prevent a public panic. It is interesting to note that at the same time as Charles Hapgood and Immanuel Velikovsky were publishing work on the geographic pole shift phenomenon, the CIA commissioned its own work on the subject, then promptly classified it for 50 years until a sanitized version was made available on the CIA's website in 2013. The Adam and Eve story, as it was called, spoke of an impending pole shift in a much more dramatic and terrifying way than even Hapgood or Velikovsky. In a quarter to half a day, the poles move almost to the equator, and all hell lets loose. The atmosphere and oceans don't shift with the shell. They just keep on rotating west to east. And at the equator, that speed is 1,000 miles per hour. So while the shell shifts with the poles going toward the equator, the winds and oceans go eastward, blowing across the face of the earth with supersonic speeds, inundating continents with water miles deep. Could this be possible? And could the CIA have suppressed the information in order to stop a public panic? What is particularly interesting is how, in recent years, the world's richest and most powerful people, Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk, and others like them, have started purchasing millions of acres of farmland far from coasts around the world, land which would become most valuable and most crucial to survival if a pole shift inundated continents with water miles deep. One might ask, do the world's financial leaders know something we don't?
Brandon Carter, you on to something? All right.
Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed the video, please hit the like button. And if you're new, hit subscribe and the bell next to it for future notification.
All right. Let me get out of there. Okay. We right back at it. Jehovah Chronicles 3. Glacial maxiums. And the galactic gods. You dig what I'm talking about? The glacial gods, glacial maximums, and ice age gods. Let me show y'all something. Let me get off in here real quick. Because, first of all, there's some misunderstandings that's just commonly going around. You dig what I'm talking about? When you say ice age, right? Well, we was in the ice age. And when we was in the ice age, you see what I'm saying? You already spitting a misnomer from off the top. Ice age is any time ice is on a planet. That is the ice age. So right now, because it's ice in the North Pole and it's ice in the South. We are in an ice age. Okay, you dig what I'm talking about? But when there is more ice on a planet, then those times and periods are called glacial maximums. Let me see. Let me grab y'all. Okay. Okay. And first of all, to go on to prove what I was saying, let's share this. Let's share. All right. Let's blow this up. Right? Last three glacial maximums, right? Earth is currently, are we currently in the ice age? Earth is currently in an interglacial, yes. And the last glacial period ended about 11,700 years ago, or what they call the Younger Dryas. All that remains of these continental ice sheets are the Greenland and Antarctic sheets and smaller glaciers, such as on Baffin Island, right? But when was the last ice age? See, the first thing you got to understand is that these things are done by the ways of the creator, what you call natural. You see what I'm saying? These aren't by happenstance events. You see what I'm saying? These things happen exactly on Earth where there are men constantly and properly at the times that they should. But you got to first know when science is saying about, and just remember with these great dates that they're given. Past 5,000 years with carbon dating is just, even science admits it, it's a guess. It's about what they think. It's not exact. It gives you a, that's why it always gives you a date, like right here. Can y'all see this? Right here. Last glacial maximum, or glacial period, also known colloquially. Hold on, let me see if I can blow this up a little bit. Known colloquially as the what? Last ice age, or simply the ice age. Ain't that what we call it? Yeah. Occurred from the end of the Eemian to the end of the Younger Dryas, encompassing the period of 115,000 to 11,700 years ago. So from they're giving you a period from roughly 9,700 BC to roughly 5,000 BC, 9,500 BC. So they're giving you in a roundabout. Now look, it also says, because we can only prove creator by his creation, right? When was the last global maximum? They say around 2,700 years ago, right? When was the last glacial maximum? It was the last Gadol period, or 8 arc cycles ago, or the 17th arc cycle, called what? The Ark of Noah. What happened in the 600th year of the life or the time of Noah? A flood. Accompanying that, right, was a great drop in temperature. You see what I'm saying? An immediate drop in temperature. And at those times, just like they explained, the northern portion of Earth sitting right at its in the 17th arc cycle, 23,053 BC. Let me see if I can grab that for you too, so we can show you the arc cycles. Let me see what we got going on down here. Do I got these down here? I think I got these down here. Let me see. Okay, 12. Let me see. Excuse me. Let me get out there. Mm-hmm. One second. Let me go back here. Stop the screen. Okay. So you got to remember, at a time, even science is giving us a date. We're telling you it's 24,000 years ago. Actually, what we're really saying is it's 24,174 years ago exact. But these were the conditions science is showing us that was on the planet at the time. You dig what I'm saying? Let me go. I want to find. I got a shot of the. Is this the? Let me see. No. Timetables of prophecy. You dig what I'm saying? I got a layout of time, and I want to show you guys, but it's looking. Let me show. There's a lot of good information in here, though. Can't front. Precision. Now, also, right, this great 24,000 year cycle we call the Gadol is known throughout science and recognized throughout science as the precession of the equinox, right? It says it is a movement of the celestial equator, the projection of the Earth's equator into space with respect to the fixed stars and the ecliptic. The path of the sun's motion in space as viewed from the Earth, though. Remember, right? Now, you got causes and the precession of the equinox. They say the precession is caused by the gravitational influence of the sun and the moon acting on the Earth's equatorial bulge. To a much lesser extent, the planets exert influence as well, far out, right? So on the edges, what they're saying is on the edges of the gravitational influences, right? There is more extreme power at the edges towards the middle. Also, it going to show the vortexian power. Locking on WASP in, lock it in right here. Currently, the annual motion is about 50.3 seconds of what? These people know, bro. This is what I'm trying to get y'all to understand. They had a head start on you. This is what you listen. How do you know that you measure time in arcs? Who taught them that? That's only being revealed in Owaspy. That's only being revealed in 1882. And you just now getting it, really. Understand what these people is doing, bro. This shit ain't by chance. It's they mastering the elements. This stuff is consistent. It don't change. Creator don't change. The process is slow. Listen, they losing 50 seconds of arc per year, or 1 degree, or 1/10 of a degree every 71.6 years, man. Look what they saying. You lose 1 whole degree in 24,000 years. 25,772. What they and if you calculate the whole arc out, you dig what I'm saying? But this is for all. This is the Gadol degree, 24,000 years. The process is slow, but the cumulative, and takes 25,772 years for a full precession to occur. This has historically been referred to as the precession of the equinox. All right. Now, we got to also put on a time, because I'm going to show you that these things don't happen just by chance. Right? We got to get all the science. We got to get the nays and the yays, because it's a whole bunch of falsehood we actually just spitting. But this is what time or science has proven has come through time. They call these glacial maximums and minimums periods by the man who founded it and proved it in science, or by its region. All right. Now watch. Okay. Let's get up out of there, because we want to show you a true picture of time. Okay, let's share the screen. I wanted to show you, I'm going to find the other one and lay it out too, but let's show a true picture of time. Instead of laying time out left to right, right to left, front to back, or lineal, this is how time should actually look, because it's circular, it's secular. Now check out the Gadol degree. 24,000 years. Boom. See? You see? This is where he at. This is the creation of proto-Adam, 6,000 years before the time of the iron here with Sethantes. Right? 12,000. Look at this. 3, 6, 9, 12. 12,000 years in the Triassic period, skeletal creatures such as dinosaurs were birthed on the planet. 3,000 years after that, mammals, and this is the Paleogene period, right? But where we at? What are we talking about in time today? Under the goddess, mind you, not a god. what you would call an archangel and true ruler of the earth and her heavens for this, the 25th era of Cosmon. This Cosmon means balance. Look, here it is under Lika, right? Shesivi, Antitotis. She is the goddess of today. For this period right here, from 24 to 25, or the whole 25th arc cycle, after what? The creation of man with spiritual ability, or able. Look at Adam. He just 3,000 years before that is getting standardized and honed. These are your homonyms, your proto-man. So really what they're trying to tell you is 81,000 years, they find in bones now in 25 from this time here. And it lasted all the way down in here too, because they died or went extinct, right? During the first arc period of Wayne. You dig what I'm saying? Under the Etherian god Orion chief too, Sethantes. Adam, these proto-humans died out during this time, 2,000 years after the creation of man here in Arc 1. Right? But what time are they saying we can narrow it down to the right here? Boom. The 17th arc cycle after the creation of man. That 17th arc cycle is called Noah. This is why I want to show y'all the other layout, but this is how time should look. And look, also at this time we have Asu, right? Adam, man in his baby state, right? He was lower than the animals. So when they try to give you that idea, you dig what I'm saying? Man progresses in his old stage, just like he does now. When he come out, he a baby. But if his mama ain't no smarter than he is, who taught him? Who raised him up? Who taught this man, this proto-human, this beastly man? Who taught him to get here and how and to raise up and be a man with spiritual ability? And where does the ability come from? But that's a whole nother thing. Let's get back in there. That's a whole nother thing. You dig what I'm saying? Let me stop sharing the screen real quick. We about to get this thing going. 23,553 BC is the beginning of the 17th arc cycle. It is called Noah. N-O-E. Right? In that 600th year, right? Or what would be 22,553 BC, excuse me. The Ark of Noah started 23,153 BC. And the flood happened exactly the year 22,553 BC. So starting from that time, we're going to show this is not at this time a normal, I'm not going to even say natural, because what was used created a calamity was natural. But that this was a directed event. You dig what I'm saying? And correlates directly to the time of Noah, proven by science and called the glacial maximum. All right. Let me get on in here. Okay. Now, we want to go and always clear it up. As faith is, we gotta gotta know. You dig what I'm talking about? So let's put that. Hold on. Let me go back up here. Put that back up real quick. Okay. Let me see that. All right. All right. Okay. Now, science has proven that these things have happened, and we can, with a WASP, put these things now, once you're aware of the timetables of prophecy, right on a time schedule. These things happen 24,000 years apart. So if we know there are 3,000 sections in there, something should be happening positively, negatively, positively, negatively, all during the line, which means there is a rate that can be judged or prophesied against. You dig what I'm talking about? Proving that a thing happened, and then it should show in the earth itself. It must show in the earth itself. Now, remember, they done found these mammoths flash frozen in Siberia. But what they won't tell you is these mammoths are warm or tropical animals. These mammoths are pachyderms, or like the modern day elephant. The modern day elephant stays pretty much off the equator and is a tropical and subtropical animal, even today. So it would have been then, and the proof of that is the plants that was flash frozen with the mammoth and was in the mammoth's stomach, hadn't even been digested yet, were tropical planets, meaning that at one time Siberia was in the tropics. When? This is the level of a waspy that's being revealed, man. This is crazy. It's nuts. You dig what I'm saying? It's really powerful information that's been hidden. It's literally been hidden. But now, Creator coming to reveal that light, breaking it all down, showing that at these times these things did happen. 17th arc cycle with Neff, right? This is the timetable of prophecy for the next 32 arc cycles. You dig what I'm talking about? Since the creation of man, not to his quite extinction, but here is the significance right here of your 1,000 or 144,000. That is the Eoptian age, or the habitable time for man to be up on the planet, right? The above chart shows the time of creation in the top right quadrant. right? Right here. One quadrant equals 36,000 years in duration. Asu is shown to arrive in the second half of the second creation. Right? First creation, second half of the creation. Being 6,000 years, right? 3,000, 6,000, Proto-Asu of many varieties, Neogene Permian, and mid-Pleistocene. We're going to show you that these aren't millions of years ago. Science is guessing. Just like they guess and tell you the Earth is 4.5 billion years old. When really, in OSPI proves that the Earth is today, not even 14.5 million years old. As a matter of fact, she's a young Earth, and this is why they call her the red planet, because she is still in her young birth, hot. She's hot still. You dig what I'm talking about? So her light is red in the spectrum, in the visible light spectrum. As you get older, you spin slower, you grow whiter, till you blue, till you're totally out of the spectrum, and you are then at that time etheric and can't be seen by the eye or through visible light from 400 to 700 spectral nanometers, right? But let's go. But during the 17th arc cycle, we had a Etherian god named Aph who descended down on the planet. During this arc cycle, he did this thing, right? He tells us, right? Let me get off into it real quick. In the book of Aph, right? What's really happening at this time, right? He gives us the breakdown and shows what's really happening in the heaven and on earth all at the same time. Remember, they also said in the video that there was a time of great radiation on the planet, which precipitated these cold times. And this happened in the Pacific. So the question should be, is the Pacific colder than the other regions, like let's say the Atlantic? And why would it be colder? You dig what I'm saying? Constantly. So we find right here in the book of Aph, you got to wrap your mind around what's going on, right? Aph literally has a tunnel, an Etherian tunnel that is fastened on to the continental shelf, which is now the floor of the Pacific, called Waga or Pan in the Panic language, also misnomered as Mu and Lemuria and Atlantis. This is the jumping off spot, the misunderstanding of Eden, where the first men rose to spiritual ability, your Abels in the Bible. The first ones, even though man was made everywhere on earth all at the same time, The first men with great spiritual ability to touch the planet in the first arc cycle, the Iron, was birthed on the island of Pan, or the continent of Pan. Now, in commonly, science has proven that this happened. There is a area around the Pacific called the Ring of Fire. It extends all the way from Southeast Asia, all the way up through China, all the way through Siberia, all the way around to Alaska, down through the America, all the way to South America, and then it jets all the way back east, up and around again towards the Hawaiian Islands. Remember, right? That is the Ring of Fire. There, and at those rings of fires are volcanoes. Boom. They are positioned around the whole Pacific, exactly where Afe says he has a tube. First of all, let's go back and see what's really going on, right? Before I get to 6 and explain what he did, let's go see. You dig what I'm saying? Who was all there? What was they doing? And notice, a black woman, the highest raised, listen, the highest raised angel in this book, in Owaspy, is a black woman named Fiatisi. Huh? So Fiatisi outranked all other gods and goddesses. What? This is chapter 4. No, chapter 3, the end of chapter 331. Book of Afe, son of Jehovah. So Fiatisi outranked all other gods and goddesses. And what I'm telling y'all is, regardless through the rest of the end of this book, no god or goddess hit this planet that was as high as she is. I mean, even true God wasn't this high. So remember, God being a title, rank, and a position, somebody had to put you in your place. So who put Fiatisi in her place? It's somebody higher than that. And then when you look up again, it's somebody higher than that. And when you look up again, it's a trillion niggas higher than that. And don't matter how high you get, all of them are still encompassed by the Creator. Just imagine. He made the ability to imagine. They try to put Creator in this little itty bitty box. But no, they had a song in the 70s, right? That said, or it might have even been the 60s. And I think it went by the Supremes, and it said, ain't no mountain high enough, ain't no valley low enough, ain't no river wide enough to keep me from you. So I think they was more on point with that. That ain't no on side of the Creator. They try to make it like somebody was there with him. You can't even. All science is trying to do is prove Creator through his creation. That's all we could ever do. Contemplate, theorize, then try to explain it and break it down and master it in its chemical state, which they saying is approaching the Godhead. Okay? Right. So Fiatisi outranked all other gods and goddesses and was special guest of honor of Afe, chief over all the rest. And the star of Fiatisi's Etherian ship was stationed near the earth, that she might better behold the deliverance of the spirits that were to be freed in submersion in the land of Waga. And of these spirits, there were upward of 24 billion hundred millions, or 24 billion 400 million of them. 24 billion 400 million, 20, right? Of whom more than 3 billion were fetals and familials and spirits in chaos. So just in the land of Waga, or what we call Pan, which is now the Florida Pacific, there is set up a delivery tube for the redemptions of the souls that are going to be lost after this great flood. Question must be asked, this great flood is told everywhere in the world, even in Bible, but it never explained what happens to the souls of these people who die in this type of condition. What's going on? Are they just there and the Creator don't care? Right? Now listen, this is the Creator telling true God what to do. Religion gets us into believing that we should praise the creation instead of the Creator. No. Creator only. Creator gang. Now listen, this is chapter 4. Jehovah said, eighth, showing that the Creator and God is not the same thing. Eighth, my son, put a wall of pillars of fire around about the land of Waga. Plant them near as a hedge is planted. For the false gods and the false goddesses of Hara, Hades, or hell, which is just the lowest breathable part of the atmosphere. So lose that spookiness, or when they tell you we in hell already, yeah, take it in. You dig what I'm saying? It's just the breathable part of the atmosphere. They've talked about it through Greek Greek society, all Hellenistic society, but also through African societies and indigenous American societies. Hell, Hades, Hara is just the lowest breathable part of the atmosphere. Let's lose the spookiness, right? Breathable part of the atmosphere is called hell. All right. Put a wall of pillars around about the land of Waga. Plant them near. Remember the volcanoes. As a hedge is planted, right? For the false gods and false goddesses of Hada, when perceiving their habitation, going down into the water, will endeavor to escape to Jud and Vohu in other countries. Do y'all know where Jud and Vohu is? Jud is Japheth, or China, Asia, and Vohu is Africa. You dig what I'm talking about? Verse 2, 4, verse 2, but thou shalt not suffer one to escape, for they have migrated to this division of the earth because of its sumptuous productions, the better to feast their evil desires. And thou shalt spread a net around the borders of Waga. Remember, against the lines of the ocean and the high north mountains, and the net shall encompass the continent of Waga, and it shall be to the height of 1,000 miles and a breadth, so that no spirit of darkness can escape and find the way abroad. And when thou hast spread the net, thou shalt send to the large kingdoms in Hara, or the lowest part of the atmosphere, and to the false kingdoms and sufficient number, a sufficient number of Etherians of great power, and thou shalt send down to the earth to Waga a sufficient number of Etherians, that every man and mortal woman, and every mortal child shall have 5 to attend them. And they that go to mortals shall take them with birth blankets, a sufficiency. For in the time of the destruction, think about this, when the mortals go down in death, thy servant shall receive the liberated spirits on the birth blankets and bear them to the atmospherian column. Remember, we're talking about this tube, this column, this atmospherian column of ascent. Now, what's going on? These are, Creator said, I'm sending billions, and they already said there's 24.4 billion just coming from Waga, showing that the earth is still in a young stage. Let's say it's like 7 to 9 million people on the planet. At this time, just on this continent, there's 24.4 billion. Showing the great age of the earth, right? But showing that we are at the beginning of a new Gadol period. The beginning of a new Gadol period. We are in the 25th arc cycle. We already passed through 24 of them of the inhabitable time of the planet, or the Optian age. But right, he sent 5 angels for at least 24.4 times 24.4 billion people to every person that's going to die in this cataclysm. Ain't no just you out of here and that's all. See, that's the great liberating thing about being a faithist, about understanding this. It free you from that fear, right? It allows you to apply yourself, your best self, and not in just service to yourself, but service to your brother man. That's the dope part about Owaspi. And he's saying the more you do that, right? The more you do that, not only the physically you get better, but spiritually you get better, right? But it shall come to pass that many mothers, well, hold on. Let me go back, because they have this column, this atmospherian tube tied around the continent of Waga, which extends, like I said, you could put 5 Africas in this. And think about this, the Pacific. Look, go and Google. I wish I had a Google. I could Google a picture of the Pacific Ring of Fire. You dig what I'm saying? Let me see if I can find me a picture of the Pacific Ring of Fire per se. But let's go on a little bit more. They got angels with these birth blankets, because you're gonna be born. You got to remember. Hold on, we're gonna go further, right? But let's explain it. What's really going on at this time? And they will bear them to the atmospherian column of ascent, and hither shall thy host receive them and provide them with food and clothes after the manner of his sayings, or new spirits. But it shall come to pass that many mothers shall perish in the waters, with children in the womb, which live by fetal, as is proper in my sight, for so I created them. Therefore, to all such fetals give special care, for they are without sin. And when the mother is dead corporeally, and the fetal also, bring hence their spirits, right? But together, and provide a volunteer angel of fetal power, or to show the mother how to give of its essence to his child, and for the child to be able to henceforth take, that is fetalizing, or what we would call parasitic scientifically, but no different than how a child feeds on the breast of a mother. That is its physical equivalence. There could be nothing bad about that. You dig what I'm saying? So, right? And they're going to provide an angel of fetal power and deliver the infant spirit to her to be nurtured until the proper time of weaning, just like we was explaining, and provide in the same place a home for the mother of the child, that she may inherit its love and mirth. Right? So this is what's going on during, or at the beginning of, what we would call the Ice Age. This is or what is the conditions of the planet at this time. You dig what I'm saying? It is going through some mess. You dig what I'm saying? It is going through one of the ugliest scenarios Earth is about to ever see. It ain't too many much worse than a worldwide flood. And a lot of people ask, was it worldwide? Was the flood actually worldwide, or was it regional? Well, then first you got to say, which one? Well, the one we talking about says that it covered the mountaintops, right? Well, the tallest mountain nearest to the Pacific is the tallest mountain in the world. It is over 29,000 feet. It is in the Alps. And over top of, at the meeting of China, or the Asian continent, the Indian continent, and the African continent. That meeting ground where the tallest mountains in the world is, because when you rub continents together, or you smash them together, mountains come up in the middle. Duh. Okay? So where the three biggest continents, or three of some of the biggest continents in the world smashed together, there should be very tall mountains. Guess what? There are. Okay. Here go a picture. Let me move this out the way. Okay. Okay. Here's a breakdown on time, the years, right? The time backwards, before Cosmon to now, or what we would call BCE timeline to now. These are your 6,000 years, or your 24,000 years of creation. 6,000 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 years of creation. 6 your so-called 6 days told in your Bible, they are actually 4 6,000-year periods, or 24,000 years, known as the time of creation. Also as, also as the sea moon age. Let me see if I can move that down a little bit. Up. Nope, my bad. Okay. All right, let me make sure y'all can see that. Let me try to blow that up for you. All right. Now we are talking about this, the 17th arc cycle, right? After the creation of man, 71,523 BC, right? We're talking about right here, 600 years into this time is the flood, or 22,553 BC exactly. 600 years, right? 600 years, you see it, into this time, it's 22,553. That leaves 3,000 more years left between the end of this arc cycle, 19,553, and the beginning of the next, the 18th, which comes out to be 3,200 years. But the 17th arc cycle is a 3,600 year period from 23,153 BC to 19,553 BC, or 24,000 years before the Cosmon era. You dig what I'm saying? We are down here. We are down here in Cosmon, 174 years into the Cosmon era, or what you would commonly call 2022 today. We are in the era of Cosmon. Our goddess, right? Her rank, or her name, true goddess today, is Shesiviantithotis. She is a goddess. But notice there have been goddesses like the Orion chieftainess, one of my favorites, Simtiamaj. She was a dog. And during her time, she overseen the birth of Abraham, Brahma, Po, and Iwata. Now, y'all know about Abra. Y'all know about Abraham. Many of y'all know about Brahma. A few of y'all know about Po. So we hip on Persia and Africa with Abraham. We hip on India in the Tibetan regions, Khmer region with Brahma. We hip to Po in Chinese of China, right? We hip to Po of China. But where is the other 4 great land masses, right? Where is it prophet? Why don't they never talk about Iwata? Huh? It's not to the whole next arc cycle that we get to Moses. We in the present time, the 7th era. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, to get back to it, remember, we are in the ark of Noah. True God, right? True God at this time is an Etherian named Aph. Aph, his status and rank is an Orion chief, and he caused the great flood of Pan, which we're going to show precipitated and caused the last glacial maximum exactly when science is telling you it did. So now we know that 22,553 exactly, this flood came We can look back on that now and say, yes, that's exactly 24,000 years ago, roughly from the day. 24 plus, right? Almost to the day, showing you the validity of the timetables of prophecy, but showing you the absolute impervious, harmonic oneness of the light that's coming from Owaspy through his angel ambassadors, through the creator himself. This is at the beginning of the 5th era that the flood happened. 12,000 years later. Ooh. 12,000 years later. Ooh. We're going to show you this pattern. And then if there's something that happened at 12,000, did something happen in the middle between at 6,000? But today we're going to show the glacial maximums, right? Well, let's get to chapter 6, book of Aph, son of Jehovah, right? And now Aph, the son of Jehovah, said, when the Etherian hosts were arranged and there were 150,000 or 250,000 ships with Etherian angels multiplying the vortexian energy times in and upon itself. I want to get that. I want to show what exactly they're going to do. What they're doing is causing the great flood. But like I said, we need to show also that this was a worldwide flood. Well, the nearest mountain is roughly 11,500. The tallest mountain in the world is 11,500 miles away. It is 29,800 feet tall. So the water, by the story, would at least have to cover that far in. Well, that is from the island of Honolulu. You run 11,500 miles, you cover the Alps, the tallest mountains in the Alps. I believe it's called H2, or I don't know. I forget the actual name of it right now. The tallest mountain in the world is it's slipping my mind. But anyways, 11,500 miles away. But you got to understand it is 30,000 feet tall. So the water would have to even be taller than that. So you would imagine a wave going 11,000 miles inland, all the way from the Pacific in the east to cover up 30,000 feet tall, taller than the clouds. This is like commercial flight range where you would see a plane at. Imagine a wave of water that has come from the Pacific that is 30,000 feet tall. Imagine the damage. But why and how could it even get that high? The amount of energy that had to be dumped into the event that caused this type of tidal wave would have to be unthinkable. There ain't enough atom bombs in the world that could have pulled this event off. Not in the world. But look at Aph. Aph about to come punch your planet. He gonna punch your planet in the mouth. He has a giant atmospheric tube hooked up into an area as big as the Pacific, all the way down to Tierra del Fuego, down in South America, and all the way back over by Australia. Part of that crack that you about to see that is about to happen, what he did was he sliced it up like a pizza. And if you look on the floor of the Pacific, they're big, massive cracks that run east and west and north and south. They smashed the whole continent to the ground. But let me to show you how hard and the amount of force you would need to smash a goddamn continent big enough to fit 5 Africas in it. At least. It is as big as the Pacific. Google map Africa and then put it in the Pacific. This continent is massive, right? But I want to show you the force it would kind of take. It's like, imagine taking a basketball, right? Go get in your pool and taking a basketball or a big beach volleyball, a big beach ball, you know what I mean? And then trying to press that thing below the water and then press it down into the bottom of the pool. Imagine that type of force. First of all, it takes just to push a beach ball below the water. Imagine to then take a continent, sever it from its foundation, slice it up like a pizza, and then smash it down to the below the waist to now that the top of the continent is now the bottom of the Pacific. What was above is now below. This is going on right here. (23 153 BC), right here in the 17th arc cycle called Noah. Right? Now, eighth son of Jehovah said, when the Etherian hosts were arranged in due order, I called out to thee, O Jehovah. This is true God calling out for power from the Creator. Your Bible will have you believe that God is somehow the Creator. Right? Is that not what they said? Didn't it say in Genesis 1:1, God created the heavens and the earth? Huh? How? Because if true God ain't got the power, who do? All right. Now look. I called out to thee, O Jehovah. I called out to you, Creator. In thy strength, in thy wisdom, O Father, join thou the heavens above and the earth below. Remember the radiation. Space is irradiated. It is etheric. The ancients even called space ether. Look that up for yourself. Not only Owaspie called space ether, the ancients called space ether, and then Owaspie explained where they got it from, because the angels told them it was ether. So this is why thousands and thousands of years ago they called space ether. They did till the 1900s. Then it starts switching over, but we can look back in history and see that the old adepts, the old scientists, still called it ether, just like Owaspie is telling you they did. All right. So, but notice true God is calling to his Creator, to his Father, our Father. Right? That he wanted to join the heavens and the heavens and the earth together. What does that mean? Remember, we are in a vortex. The vortex, the greatest energy, is moved around. And much of that energy or kinetic force when picking up the heat, magnetism of movement of the vortex of the great spin, right? It irradiates the material, because the greatest force of the vortex is at its perimeter or at its edges towards the middle. This is why, and you can look at the spin of a tornado on Earth. You can look at a tornado on Earth, and it is tearing everything up at its perimeter, but right in the middle, it's so quiet there's no sound. But then you have a conglomerate of material that is not being pulled to the center, it's being pushed to the center, proving centrifugal force, and the force of the vortex is towards its center from its extremities. Okay? He is using the spiral vortexian force of falling atmosphere, or what they call ether, that is beyond our atmosphere, but they mistakenly call our atmosphere the firmament. It can only be so-called firm if it is first condensed. What condenses is the vortex. This is why the higher you go, the less air pressure, right? But the greater pressure, or pound per square inch, is towards the center. It's on the earth, showing that the power is greater and moving and sublimates closer to ether. The more it's condensed, then the air gets breathable because it's oxygen up there, or hydrogen and oxygen. What condenses is that spin, the etheric spin, the vortexian spin, that allows what science calls chemical reactions. Once you add 2 parts of hydrogen to a part of oxygen, you did what I'm talking about. You get what is called water. What precipitates the mix? The vortexian spin and ether itself. All right. Now, in the Etherian column that extended to Shinvat. Shinvat is the end of the vortexian spin of our planet. It is what is known as, or misnomered as, the dome. In flat earth theory, it is called the dome or the firmament. This is what they misunderstand it. But they do say one thing in science. They wrong about going to the moon. Yes, they faked some shit, but they went up there and they ain't going back. There's something up there they don't want to see, because they seen it once and it wasn't nice. So they lose all the material for 40 plus years to be able to go back to the moon. They just lose it. And so when they say that we actually haven't been into space, man hasn't been into space, well, they're right, because we haven't even been out of Earth's atmosphere yet, or Earth's vortex, which is beyond the moon. You dig what I'm talking about? The moon rotates in the Earth's vortex. This is why it circulates and it spins on its axis slowly, but there is also proof of science that at one time spun faster than it does now. That is also revealed in OWASP too. But in the end of the Etherian column, this is Book of 8th, chapter 6, verse 2. In the end of the Etherian column that extended to Shinva, on the border of the vortex of the earth, was made fast by the pressure of the wide heavens. So he's contracting the energy towards this etheric atmospheric tube that is now fastened to the planet, right? And he's multiplying these energies. Imagine the pressure per square inch, and then multiply that by 250,000 ships. Multiply each one of those 250,000 ships by 100,000. This is how much they are contracting. Whoa, whoa. You dig what I'm talking about? Now watch this. And the end of the Etherian column that extended to Shinva, now it's all the way up in space. This cold radiation. This shit, this is space. This is the shit that pre-makes planets. It's just in solution. It is etheric and it can't be visibly seen by the eye. So they say there's nothing there, but when in fact everything is there, it's just not in the visible spectrum light. It's like water up there, not in the atmosphere. Because remember, they separate the waters from the water. So it's got to be a part in there where there's ground, atmosphere, water. So the dome that they're speaking about is per se incorrect. But then they want to say the dome only cut off halfway. How you get a, you dig what I'm talking about? A vortex do this. So it's got to be a bottom. It's got to be a bottom to every top. It's got to be a left to every right. It's an up to every down. There's a north to every south. There's an east to every west. You can't get away from that in the corporeal or physical world. Right? The understanding of how and why is creative. You dig? So, verse 2, chapter 6 says, and the end of the Etherian column that extended to Shinvat, past the moon, on the border of the vortex of the earth, was made fast by the pressure of the wide heavens. So it had probably been hovering over top the ground, and the pressure smashed it into the ground, like driving a nail into wood, right? On the border of the vortex of the earth was made fast by the pressure of the wide heavens. They are contracting the atmosphere. Again, I said, in thy strength and wisdom, O Creator, join thou the heavens above and the earth below. He the second time he didn't call for the power once, and listen, smash this tube into the ground, fasten it. Imagine what's going on the earth. Can you imagine what's going on the earth? It is the biggest earthquakes, ground shakings, and rumblings ever. I mean, not only is it shaking, but it's shaking so hard that the ground began to liquefy. Could you imagine that noise, that roar? A continent big, a power big enough to move 5 Africas at once is cracking off in the ground. Instantly, volcanoes with a boom. It would release magma from the ground that was just shooting up in the sky. Don't they always say in Atlantis, in all the flood myth, that the whole, this place with that whatever sunk, wherever Noah and them got off at, went down in a day? I'm going to tell you, it just took a day to stop. You think what I'm talking about? It went down before that. This is some superpower mega this beyond Superman shit. This creator shit. But look, he got gods that's commanding it. No different than what you and I gonna be. GIT, gang, gang, gang. You dig what I'm talking about? God's in training. So this is why we come, you know, my brothers like the King Malachi Maccabee. You dig what I'm talking about? Like my king. You dig what I'm talking about? My brother, the King Selah Shalom. You dig what I'm talking about? We coming in that light of that Essene Nazarene school, coming to bring back creator to the line. This is why we hold the gods personally at fault for the people, because we know true God explained to us what he does. It's the contrary nature found in biblical text that's leading the people astray. When they can justify that murder is okay in your mind, they're more likely to do it. Huh? Man, don't think about its inspiration much, but it is the inspiration, what we call indoctrination, that has killed billions and billions of people in the name of so-called religion. Huh? It is the belief that I'm better than you because my God say so. We ain't with that over here. We don't do that shit here. We ain't got no cash here. We don't do that colorism here. We don't do that hate here. No, y'all got that trapped up in your old doctrines. Keep that over there. What true God say? The past is the past. I'm not a patcher up of old garments. You dig what I'm talking about? I'm not with that old shit. You dig what I'm saying? And again, in thy strength and wisdom, O Creator, join thou the heavens above and the earth below. And the end of the Etherian column that extended down to the earth was made fast around the borders of Waga by the sea and the high mountains on the north. Notice the high mountains is in the north. But were they? And what mountains are they talking about? Is it high mountains today in Beringia and along the United States to Russia? Huh? Are they there? And again, I said, oh, Jehovah. Okay, and the end of the Etherian column that extended down to the earth was made fast around the borders of Waga by the sea. Look at the Pacific Ring of Fire and the high mountains on the north. Again, I said, oh, Jehovah, deliver thou the earth from evil and for thy glory forever. And the vortex of the earth closed in from the extreme. And lo, the earth was broken. A mighty continent. Listen, a mighty continent was cut loose from its fastenings. And the fires of the earth, these volcanoes, came forth in flames and clouds and loud roaring. They shaking everything. Bro, you can't even hear. Imagine what's going on. The ground is, you can't stand. You even when in the places where you could stand at, you look up, you see volcano, 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 all going. The sky is just fire and dark. Boy, it's terrifying. What's really going on? But look how Creator works. Creator don't leave nothing to chance. Creator said, I'm not gonna lose nobody. if you got a diseased part of your plant, any good gardener will cut that part off, the diseased part of a plant, to keep the whole growing and steady and being able to produce later on through time. Any good gardener would do that. I do that. So did our Creator. Look at the grand plan. Yeah, I'm going to cut off the leg to save the body. Had a diseased part. Don't try to make sense of what the Creator do. He just explaining to you, this is how you do it, and then this is how you prove it. Right? And again, I said, oh, Jehovah, deliver thou the earth from evil for thy glory forever, and the vortex of the earth closed in from the extreme, and lo, the earth was broken. A mighty continent was cut loose from its fastenings, and the fires of the earth came forth in flames and clouds with loud roaring, and the land rocked to and fro like a ship at sea. Again I said, O Jehovah, deliver thou the heavens, in which are bound as with a chain to a rotten carcass. He about to smash the heavens. This is not just in one place. Remember, he got 5 people for every spirit that's about to die. There is at least 30,000 feet worth of water that's rushing 12,000 to 13,000 feet inland. If you go 13,000 feet inland west from Honolulu, you land in Africa. Guess what? If you go 13,000 miles east, 13,000 miles east from Honolulu across United States, you land smack dab in the middle of Africa. But take that same line, 30,000 feet worth of water. You already went roughly 12,000 miles in, but go another 12,000 miles in, as in disaster, a kickback of tidal wave. But at its top, it would have been 30,000 feet. But imagine that, another 13,000. So if you take that 13,000 going east and then add it to that 13,000 going west, you land smack everything in the middle, destroys everything all the way from Honolulu east to Africa and from Honolulu west to Africa. The waves meet right around where the Persian Gulf is, and everything is utterly destroyed. It's physically impossible to stop a wave that big, even if it only jerked. Or like he said, he punched it in. He punched the side of the planet in with vortexian energy. Ain't wasn't no hope. This ain't no salt. This ain't, no. You got to be smart and you got to be in line with the Creator to get this type of power. He just letting you know there's an inkling for you here. He's saying, but take that energy and do good with it. Again, Jehovah, deliver thy heavens, which are bound as a chain is to a rotten carcass. And again, the vortex closed about on all sides, and by the pressure, the land sank down beneath the water to rise no more. And the Caporians went down to death, and the Fetals and Familiars gave up the battle. Neither had they whereon to stand, nor they knew how to go to any place in all heavens, but were lost and crying out for help. But notice, look at number 9. And my host hastened in all directions with their birth blankets. So this is not just in Waga within the tube. This is everywhere next to it that's getting instantly destroyed, because there are people everywhere on the continent. on every continent. This is about to affect every continent. You dig what I'm talking about? So there are 5 times 24.4 billion angels just going to get the people in Waga. So imagine how many else are going to get, or everybody else that's about to get destroyed. Because only, as Owaspi reveals, only 12,420 people come out this situation. This is what's also known as a genetic bottleneck. Everybody got wiped out. Everybody got wiped out. You dig what I'm saying? Look at what's happening. He took the pressure of the atmosphere, sucked it into a tube, and smashed it down on the time. But before he did that, he took 250,000 ships, multiplied that 250,000, each ship by 100,000, and recirculated that energy in the Ethereum tube, and boom! Think a gun. Think like a gun pointed at a watermelon or an apple, smashing a force of energy into a solid object. Boom! That's what he did. And then he said it hit it 3 times. Ooh, he called up to Jehovah, bring the earth, bring the heavens to the earth. Wham! That slammed it, locked it into place. Slammed the Ethereum tube. I know them niggas was shook. You just, everything started shaking. Volcanoes start going off, thunder. It's black as night. You can't see no sun. You dig what I'm talking about? But you see these big ass volcanoes going off all around you as everything just shaking to pieces. You watching whole pyramids and shit just go into the ground right in front of you, where you can't even see it. The noise is so deafening, it makes your body tense to where many people just die from shock. The ones who live a couple minutes, that noise almost vibrates you to nothingness. You gotta understand. Shout out to Shebrew, shout out to Angelic, Kevin Sears, Brian Carter, man. Tifka Natiana, it said Cosmo Cal. Yes, please, let's get that chat. Let's get that chart. Okay. Say no more. Create a gang. Shout out to homies. Shebrew in the house. Brandon Carter in the house. All right. So, anyways, let's look into it some more. Right? And gathered them to the place of the fountain of light, whither I had provided atmosphere for them. Because remember, he took the atmosphere from the planet and smashed it and doubled it. And this is the force that it took to shake a continent from its foundations. Think about this energy. And their numbers were so great that even gods had scarce seen the like before. And in order to attest before thee, O Jehovah, I had them numbered, using the sections of the divisions of my gods and goddesses in order to do so. And there were of Druge and Fetal 16 billion, 600 millions. This is just the Fetals. Many of them whom had lived on earth as Fetals and Druge for thousands of years, though many others of them were not capable of everlasting life. And of the first resurrections, there were 36,000 millions, 36 billion. 16 million of them is Druge. And of the second resurrection, there were 305 millions. Wow, look at him. It's not even 10%, is it? It's like 1% of the 36,000 millions would be 305 million roughly. So only 1% of them at the time was actually capable of the second resurrection. That's a little bit of people. There were 305 millions, but look what I even got this one. Look, you know, I got my shit tatted up. Tatted up. I be in that thing. You dig what I'm talking about? And I got down right here 16.6 billion Drugen spirits, right? Super Drugen, right? But of them, 36,000 millions, 36 million. Wow. Billion, excuse me. And there were 305 million that were capable of the second resurrection. But during that last 100 years, the earth brought forth none. So from 22,653 BC to 22,553 BC, nobody on earth was born capable of resurrection. But during the last 100 years, the earth brought forth none capable of everlasting life, save indeed the remnants of the ions. Now, when the earth was delivered, and there was no escape for the spirits of the dead, nor no returning to mortals, I called out to thee, O Jehovah. Give me of thy power, O Jehovah, and I will carry up all the plateaus of heaven and hell of the buried continent. What? Now, exactly what he's doing is playing the ether, reacting or against with the Earth's atmosphere. And just like real ether sublimates things on Earth, he's taking the same sublimation tactic with the heavens and lifting them up. This is a God, no more than what you gonna be. And he's still, this is true God, he's still calling out for creator. Get right with him now, man. Shake the false gods, the lords, and they ain't nothing more than what you gonna be. And true God praise the creator. So if you ever meet him, he gonna tell you what I'm telling you. But don't believe me, look for yourself. Go get you an OWASP. Ask your God, and if he don't come back with some good answers, direct, that's provable, you should probably move on. Take it as a, with a grain of salt. This is Abe speaking. He's saying, I called out to thee, O Jehovah, saying, give me of thy power, O Jehovah, and I will carry up all the plateaus of hell and the heavens of the buried continent. And thy hand came as a blade of a sword, flaming like fire, and swept over the ocean of the sunken continent, cleaving all asunder. And lo and behold, the anchorage of my feet was cut loose, and thy spheres of heaven at my command. So he is calling on the creator, lifting it up in the creator saying, he say his hand, what he say? He said, and thy hand came as the blade of a sword, flaming like fire. So a wave of fire hit the air, moved down over the land, and boom, Just cut through this motherfucker, man. This is what's going on. But what we're going to find out is, what is that cut? What is that etheric wave? Huh? And is there a track of that line? Because we come to find out that it's not hot. It's cool. So what would be left would be a remnant of cold from one place to another. You dig what I'm talking about? But in that force that they're actually, the earth is rotating into, from the punch, the earth tilts, it oscillates, it rolls on itself like a beach ball. North and south in that energy doesn't change. This is north, this is south. They don't change. Where the earth situates in north and south, as it's spinning on its axis, as it's rotating, as it's going all through the galaxy, as it's going that way, it rolls periodically every 24,000 years, changing the north and south pole to a different area. Not that the pole actually shifts. The pole doesn't shift. The earth under the pole shifts. But this is how that north-south energy, which would have rolled over the top, it should. So what we should find in nature is that it's a very cold region, right? Somewhere near the north, where there is a lot of ice. And then we should find a very cold region leading all the way to our modern day North Pole. There should at one time been deep, very deep glaciation over the ice, over the land and the water during this path that would be there, right? Following these cool areas of the earth, the true north and south. The planet rolls underneath it. North and south don't move. So we should see on the land a very cold area that was 24,000 years ago was true north. A very cold region all the way through there. As the planet rolls through, it stops. Where new north is, there should be a cold region right now, somewhere near the top of our planet or north of our planet. We find these areas, Siberia, and what is currently today the Arctic Circle, or the North Pole. You dig what I'm saying? We find these regions, but in the middle of them regions, we should find a time where there was great ice ages. During this time, 24,000 years ago, we look in history, they're there. And all over the top of northern Europe, Russia, to Siberia is all froze. But that's what we should find with the evidence being explained right here. We look at the earth at creation and find that it's dead. Thy voice, O Jehovah, came to me saying, descend thou. No, let me go back. Give me thy power, O Jehovah, and I will carry up all the plateaus of hell and the heavens of the buried continent. And thy hand came as a blade of a sword, flaming like fire, and swept over the ocean and the sunken land, cleaving all asunder. And lo and behold, the anchorage of my feet was cut loose, and the fears of heaven at my command. So after this chopping action, everything went up with him. He could feel himself. So he raising it up. Right? Thy voice, O Jehovah, came to me saying, descend thou. So wherever he was at, raising this thing up, he had to come on down. Notice this, man. This is dope. He said, descend thou, my son, down to the floor of the resurrection. This great tool. There's still a continent there where the heavens and the hell is. The lower part is the hell part. The upper part is the more atmospheric part, showing that denser down. So down here, you should be able to see spirits in red. During the beginning of their spiritual lives, they would be in a low frequency, more red. You dig what I'm saying? And it is in that light, infrared, that we see many of these spectral ghosts who are walking right around us, or spirits that are walking right around us. You dig what I'm saying? Showing that that understanding of male and female positivity, negativity, what is misunderstood or called many times the great balance of all corporality. You see what I'm saying? O Jehovah came to me saying, descend thou, my son, down to the floor of the resurrection, and take my daughter, Theotisi, with thee, and go into the midst of the place of resurrection, for I will add unto thy glory the resurrection of all that thine eyes have beholden. Now, notice this ain't God doing this. So I descended and took Theotisi, daughter of Jehovah, with them. And when we came and when we were come into the place commanded, thy power came unto the place, and it started upward. He just said, as soon as I came in there, it just moved. And soon thereafter, it turned on its vertical axis and rose higher and higher, turning and rising. And we saw we were loose from the earth and no longer rotated with the earth, but rose slowly upward, watching the earth rotating beneath us. I said, upward, Jehovah. Upward, Jehovah. Upward, O Jehovah. And all the hosts repeated the same words, for our wills and knowledge were as a unit, wherein we had strength in thee, O Creator. What? Yo! Yeah. But don't it sit right? And notice, God is giving praise to the Creator. Show me one time in the Bible where God gives praise to the Creator. No, the watch is trying to tell you it is the highest form ever. Religion tricks us into praising the watch, thinking it's the greatest thing ever. But you got to remember there must be a watchmaker. So why would you ever praise man and not praise the maker of men? Huh? Why would you ever praise creation, God, and not the creator of all? Because what they say, all is all, and all it shall ever be. All was, all is, and all shall ever be. Okay. All right. Now, we know that, let me show y'all. Let me get back to it. Let me get back to it. Let me share my screen. Okay. This is happening. Look up here in the middle. Up here in the middle. Between 23,153 and 19,553. That's 3,600 years. See? It's the Ark of Noah. Right? Boom. He done smashed the continent. Put it in the ground. So, but there is a hole, a tube in the galaxy that is now just dumped literal cold ass space down into this region that would have been, as science proved us, a much warmer region. So if we know places like Japan, right, were in the northern region, right? Or in the cold region now, that means they must have been in a warmer region in a southerly direction, more towards the equator, because the animals that are now found flash frozen in the north, in modern day Siberia, all are eating subtropical plants, which means at that time, the earth was at a different tilt in Siberia 24,000, 25,000 years ago, was at the equator because the animals and plants dictated that it must. So places like Japan were in a more southerly region than they are now. They have been rocked, showing that the motion went north. They knocked it down clockwise. Whoa. It rolled over on itself in what we would call a northerly. This is why the pole shift, which is proven, came from that far wide 24,000 years ago to where it is now. And it is generally trying to wobble back. I got a breakdown on that too. And it through this magnetic movement of true north, right, which is magnetic. True north is north on the map. Magnetic north is the true north and south of the planet. You know what I mean? Okay. Now, eighth, we find eighth smashing a goddamn continent, dropping etheric, which would play out as radiation. This is what would cause a nuclear winter. This is what could drop them temperatures. And then we come to find out that the Atlantic is 16 degrees warmer than the Pacific is. How? How? And why would it stay that? Because it literally got blasted. Not only did it get hit to where it rolled up to where now the south part of the southern part of our country, which would have been Japan, which would have been along the equator, Siberia would have been along the equator. It got spun, moved up, boom, like I don't even know it went counterclockwise. Like he threw an uppercut, boom, and it rocked and stopped. But the catastrophe would have lasted months after that. But don't it say in the story of the Bible that they was on the sea for 5 months or so before they even seen land? Well, when? Right here in the 17th arc cycle, 22,553. What did it say? 3rd month, 7th day? What's that, May 7th? Around there? Historically, they say they're supposed to get off September, October sometime. It's about 5 months, right? Okay. Well, who got off these boats? And we find right here that Noah ain't even a man. Noah is an ark. Noah's ark, get it? The ark of Noah. It is the astrological time. Right? Hold on. Let me show you. It is a astrological time. It is a arc, roughly a 3,000 year span of time. They usually become in between 3,600 and 2,400 years. But on average, 3,000. Now look, right here, wait a minute, oops, excuse me, right here, 23,553 BC, right? 3,000, 3,000, 3,000, right? Okay. Notice that. Take notice of that. We got Eighth running around calling on Creator, tearing shit apart. And now we find ourselves 25,000 years later trying to put this shit together. You dig what I'm saying? You ain't never found, there's nothing near it. Look at the light explaining time. This is the simple breakdown. Look at the air. Civilization was created 47,323. This is the first 3,000 years of true civilization. The iron was created way up here. What the fuck was going on in here? Listen, we are in the 25th arc cycle, right? The pyramid age is in between the 23rd or the middle of the 23rd arc cycle with the arc of sympathy homage. This is the most known time in history, or the last roughly 6,000 years known in history that's actually proved. But look how many arc cycles, levels of 3,000, right? Another 15,000 years after this time, which is what we commonly know, we think we know about. That's only 4,000 BC. This is the time when Abram walked into Egypt. Matter of fact, it wasn't even called Egypt then. All right? So, I want to show y'all this book. This is a book by a fellow faithist too. Might add, I do not believe everything, but when you on point and you got the light of Creator in you, man, you hit on some shit. And this woman, one of the greatest scientists of the Cosmon era. I had to give it to her. I had to actually sit down and read what she was saying. Because there are things that if you take them in just in small doses, they don't sit right. But once you get the totality of what she's saying, she proves her weight in scientific vigor. And that is our sister, Susan B. Martinez. Faith's sister. She's been laying it down for many moons, man. One of the great books that I would recommend is Delusions in Science and Spirituality. Delusions in Science and Spirituality. Susan B. Martinez. You dig what I'm saying? And she has a whole book about just breaking down the misunderstandings of science and spirituality, basically. Getting the that many get a misunderstanding of the ice ages, and also showing that this movement is a natural thing and has been traced all through time and is revealed by Owaspy how it was recorded and how it was traced and who did it. But showing that its source is creator through his angelic host and has always been. Okay? But going back into the Ice Age, the concept of the Ice Ages has no explanation itself. Averred Immanuel Velikovsky, whose book on Earth changes lay face down on Albert Einstein's desk at the time of his death in April 1955. Later that year in September, an article titled "The Earth's Magnetism" appeared in Scientific American, written by Cambridge professor S.K. Runcorn. Excuse me, let me turn the page. Runcorn, a specialist in paleomagnetics. Runcorn stated, reading natural compass needles in rocks at various places around the world, we find evidence of astounding changes in the Earth's main axial field. So what they're saying is they find that magnetic north and south changes in rocks at different times. This is Runcorn just finding this out in 1955, right? But don't that sound familiar? Where have we heard that every part of the world has been north, every part has been south? Where have we heard that from? That sounds like a waspy to me. But let's get into it, right? During the Tertiary, the north and south geometric poles reversed places several times, Runcorn said in 1955, page 156. His simple, uncomplicated conclusion, the planet has rolled about. It rolled. More recently, Joseph Stone, a paleomagnetist at Oregon State University, told a meeting of American Geophysical Union that polar reversal may be a part of a normal oscillation. Yes, of course, normal and natural, and not catastrophic either. It's catastrophic. You dig what I'm saying? Which they always try to find. If they can't find the source of a thing, you dig what I'm saying, in Earth, then they look to the sun. When they can't find it there, then they look to the stars. And when they can't find it there, they just make it up. Excuse me. I'm blowing on that za. Now, more recently, he say that the polar reversal, what they mistaken as polar shift, may be a part of normal oscillation that is explained in Owaspy, Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. Now, how else could we explain why magnetic fossils show opposite polarity? Hematite and magnetite crystals point like tiny compass needles in whatever direction the magnetic field flowed at the time of their formation. This discovery has been predicted in where? In the Owaspy, Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy 1, 11, and 12. Every position of the earth has been to the east, to the west, to the north, and to the south, which is proven in the rocks and the boulders, proven by the magnetism. And they found this out in 1955. Owaspy dropped this knowledge in 1882. You dig what I'm saying? Showing the level of the knowledge. And Owaspy not just, it's just saying, it's not even giving prophet, it's just telling what happened. You can look back and see it because the prophecy is not earthly upwards. You dig what I'm talking about? It's the prophecy is heaven down. You dig what I'm talking about? It's seeing the light is coming from up here. It's revealed down here, but it's coming from up here. Now, in the 20th century, the science of paleomagnetics went on to verify that land masses have inerrantly shifted from one point to another in relation to the poles, with the continents taking turns at the poles. Nothing less or more than the Earth's oscillating roll explains the changing orientation of the lands as seen in the registry of the rocks and even of the magnetic mountains, such as those in Northern Europe, right where this changing should be, right? Northern Europe to Siberia to modern day Canada, northern Arctic region today, right? Remember, right where this magnet shit should be, we find what? Magnetic mountains, such as those in Northern Europe at Dannemora and Taberg, Sweden, and at Uto, Finland, whose iron has two poles acting as magnets. At South Sea, one of Dr. Arthur Conan Doyle's patients was Major General Alfred Wilkes Drayson, an astronomer and mathematician and a professor at the Royal Military Academy. Drayson, whom Doyle befriended, had developed a theory explaining glacial effects, the history of which is written on the rocks themselves. Proven again right here in the Book of Cosmogony and Prophecy. Every portion of the earth is being east. Every part has been west. Every part has been north. Every part has been south. And it's still going on and going to keep going on with or without you. But to begin to understand that pattern and then use to escape the greatest part of that calamity and then be able to use that calamity in your benefit is prophecy. Prophecy is a tool. It's a hammer. It's a screwdriver. Yeah, it could be talking about destruction, but it also could be talking about showing you a thing so you can avert it. Why would the Creator create earthquakes and tornadoes if he didn't give you a way to see them coming or try to predict them or put them in a time of tornadoes? This is the understanding of the Khan, of the Ankh. People wear that shit around their neck talking about snake kings, con kings in America. Y'all don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. It is the true understanding of the timetables of prophecy and how and where the earth itself and the continents themselves fit in that grand scheme that is called the great serpent, that is called the Tao Sang, the Ankh, the Khan, the Naga. That is the understanding everywhere around the world, showing that the people in every one of them terms equal a serpent or is greatly affiliated with a serpent. They even say the Nagas some of them was snakes. That's not the true overall understanding. But now you see, we're not trying to show you the differences. We're trying to show you the similarities, but then asking the questions, how did they get there? Anciently, these people must have been the same people and came from the same time. Now we're showing you what time they came from and where they extend from. So even your African ain't African. Your American ain't American. Your Chinese ain't Chinese. Stop it. You're going to show, they're going to, in time, show that the oldest people come from one source. They even try to tell you now everybody got Adam in them, right? That is in fact true. But then they also tell you he took a step at some time. And they say that it was a genetic type. They're called alleles. A, B, C, D. You dig what I'm talking about? There's an X. You dig what I'm talking about? A, B. You dig what I'm saying? O. They have alleles. Now, we found every other one on the whole planet. And mixing these is how you get so-called genotypes. Anyways, but you they readily find A, B, D, O's. They regularly find these people in the world, but they never find the C allele. It is not commonly found in any part of creation. It's not commonly found. And they say this is where your genetic Eve comes from. Spiritually, they correct. But where is it if it's not on earth? Just like Owaspi been explaining from the whole time, it comes from the angelic host of the very first God, Sethantes, hold on, who came 71,523 years ago. The first 3,000 years, called Wayne, the very first. Look who is the Ethereum, your so-called archangel. He's the very first. Sethantes. In his era, Beastman, Adam, holy from earth, was created into man, iron, with spiritual ability or able. Right? Right now, they had stumbled genetically where we find this ice age that is caused by this sinking of a continent, which is caused by space being or etheric substance or irradiated substance falling from a plateau beyond our atmosphere, gaining massive amount of coolness. It's not hot, it's cold. Ether in space is cold. There is no heat to be found in between the face of the sun and the face of the earth. In between that space, that ether, it is super cold. Where is the heat transfer? Going again to show you, timetables of prophets, cosmogony and prophets, that heat, light is not created in the sun and given to the planet. It is created in every heavenly body that has a vortex or an atmosphere, what we call an atmosphere. Light is created in the atmosphere of every heavenly body. How it is facing or affected to the sun acts as a, what do you call them? Not a microscope, but a, what do you call those things? What do you call those? A lens. What do you call them? I forget. Not a microscope. A magnifying glass. My bad. A magnifying glass. The atmosphere or the vortex multiplies the magnetism, or what we misunderstand as light, in the atmosphere, turning the negative ion positive in a line of light. You dig what I'm talking about? In a line of light. Thanks, Kev. Yup, magnifying glass. You know what I mean? And it magnifies or turns the negative ion positive as it is faced towards the part of the planet that is facing it. The sun gives off magnetism. It magnetizes the part of the atmosphere that is facing it. In that area, we find negative ions turning positive. In that turning negative to positive ionic, which you can see on hot days coming off the pavement, we find the speed of light. So it looks like it's all one thing, but when it's not on the part that's facing the sun, it is dark and emanating away from the planet, being negative, emanating away from the planet, which we call aging, rusting, dying. And in the day, it gives to the planet and magnetizes light towards the planet, giving heat that is already stored in the planet. So how could it be cold, hot on the sun, cold in between the sun and the earth, and then get hot on the earth again? Impossible. Impossible. Think like a battery. A big battery is the sun, little battery is the planet. Don't matter how much is that in the middle of them. That big battery is giving off more energy and is not in this. The stores of the energy is already in the batteries. What's in the middle is infinitesimal to what's at the ends, the sun and the earth. So it's going to be a lower steady rate in between it, but at the ends they're going to be giving off powers. That's the same way our sun acts with our earth and with all planets. Because we caught up, our earth is in a vortex, caught up in the solar vortex or the grand vortex, right? But even our solar system, the spin of our solar system, is caught up in a grander sea vortex. You see what I'm saying? Of its sun. So, showing that ain't no end to this. Creator say he started you at Z, he started the animals with something. He said, man, I started at 0. He said, but because I started you at 0, I'm going to add to you and allow you to add to yourself. I'm going to allow you to grow and grow and grow and grow forever. Forever. So that means while you, let's say you turn true God, right? You come back, you God Cosmo. You dig what I'm talking about? You God Cosmo. I come down, lay it down for my little time. I get my, I put my God in this way. You dig what I'm talking about? To manage it while I'm out here ripping and running. You dig what I'm talking about? This is one of my businesses. You dig what I'm saying? I got True Earth on lock. I got my homeboy holding it down for me. This is how the system of God, Lord, gods, and gods and lords actually works. But it's all powered through Creator. The orders is given from top down. Just wrap it in your mind. Somebody is telling God what to do. This is why he in your Bible worried about warring with somebody. Because somebody else can whoop his ass. We understand right there that ain't the Creator. Creator went to, even in the Bible, the God of the Jews went to war with he lost many times. Then y'all go into captivity? Okay, well then. And then look where that happened at. This way down here. You dig what I'm saying? Hold on, let me blow it up. Look at Moses. That's way down here in the Ark of Speeder. You dig what I'm talking about? We talk about some shit that happened way up here. You dig what I'm talking about? In the 5th era. You talk about after the 6th. This is after 12,000 years after. That's more than that shit. 3, 6, 9, 12, 15, 18, 21,000. Shit. You dig what I'm talking about? We're just telling you it happened 24,000 years ago. And look, right here, 24,000. Lined up right on line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8. Right here to 1848. And for the next 3,000 years, Shasivi had to thought this. Yo, archangel, your goddess is ruling. Now, right now, it's been after a damn time. She probably back to what she doing. So she got somebody running the spot instead in actuality, but they all come in the Creator's name. They get their power from the Creator. The boss get the orders. The underboss, goddess, leave her brother and sister in charge of the earth till this time. Then she come back and reap, harvest all the people who've able to get off the planet and go into the Etherian heavens as Creator explain to us why he even gave us a soul in the first place, so we could inherit the Etherian kingdoms. Then we find out that not only are there places and people higher than the Etherians. Look at Lika. He Nirvanian. He higher than the Etherians. Right? But look, there's one higher than the Nirvanians. Look at Sim T.R. Maj. She an Orion chieftainess. What? A female. Ask your God what happened to the females in his Bible. They don't even tell you. You dig what I'm saying? They don't even tell you. We find some of the baddest mugs in the world. And then remember, Fiatisi is higher than all these niggas. She higher than all these niggas. And she touched the world when Eighth did. Right here. 17th arc cycle after 51,000 years. Look at it. When was that? Huh? Yeah. Look at this. That's 51,000 years. Trying to tell you. My watch be cold. You dig what I'm talking about? So I want to get into some of the information about ice ages and global warming, and to bring it back home that we have a cataclysm happening, right? That is dumping etheric, cool, cold, etheric space into a massive region called the Pacific, sinking a continent. The earth is rolling in an oscillation state, but it's getting punched, getting its side wrecked and punched in right here. 3,600 years after this time, or what is called Ham, Shem, and Yafet, into 23,153, or the time or life of Noah. Ham, Shem, Yafet, 600 years. So it's a time and a half time. In this era, a time 200 and a half time, a time 400 and a half time 200, which is Shem, Ham, Yafet, or 200, 200, 200. Then the flood came. You right? Well, we know Shem, Ham, and Yafet is only 3 part of a 5-part story. Whereas Yistin and Gautama, well, they times 2, just like they daddy. Noah, just like his daddy. Lama. You dig what I'm saying? And but let me get back into some of Susan B. Right. Let me get back into some of Susan B. Whereas drift is held up as a main proof of glacialism, which amounts to a circular argument, the ice sheets of today's Antarctica and Greenland do not seem to be forming any drift like that attributed to past ice. Rather, their rocks are angular, unlike rounded boulders, and their deposits are like heterogeneous muck. Another problem. Although icebergs and erratic boulders are said to be millions of years old in places like Arkansas, most of the drift in the Western Hemisphere is remarkably fresh, with minimal erosion. So it was apparently formed recently. In fact, structures composed of drift around the world are all very well preserved and actually must be quite recent if the degree of erosion is considered as an indicator of age. Is there then something other than super ancient ice that could have formed drift and till, like mud flow or even magnetic cataclysm a la Churchwood. In Mexico, for example, Churchwood found strata of sand, gravel, and boulders at ancient city sites, which are more than 1,000 feet above sea level, with mountain ranges several thousand feet high, intervening between them and the sea. Sarcastically, he asks, did the ocean raise waves more than 5,000 feet in height? Yes. Did Mexico borrow a glacier for the occasion in order that these boulders might be deposited where they now lie? Nothing of the sort happened. These cities were built before the mountains were raised. Scratches and boulders, Churchwood points out, are also seen on the top of Mount Mansfield in the Green Mountains, more than 4,000 feet above the sea, just as there are boulders on the White Mountains of New Hampshire, 6,000 feet above sea level. Certainly some jumpers. The geological glacial period, Churchward had to concede, is one of those bizarre, fantastic, mythical theories that has taken strong root in the minds of scientists, surrounded by a corollary of impossibilities. I decided to use these with Canadian engineer Gary Nichols, who wrote the accepted theological history of southern Vancouver Island makes no sense regarding the information of rivers, streams, creeks, pebbles, cobbles, boulders, and the erosion, cracking, and shattering of the granite and basalt bedrock. Let's see what Nichols sees. Telltale signs of electrical vortices having cut out the rivers and valleys, unmistakable to an electrical engineer anyway, but not to a geologist. This activity, judging by the erosion, would indicate a very young age, as little wear of the rock is evident. The surface features are not the result of millions of years of slow glacial erosion. Nichols adds, I've been looking into the local geology, Vancouver, photographing examples of what I see as electrical plasma modification of the land as opposed to the slow, long-term glacial erosion model. There is no doubt in my mind that most of the shaping was by very rapid, high-intensity events. The standard uniformitarian explanations based on tectonics, glaciers, and erosion are all physical impossibilities. Or are they both wrong? Because Owaspie explained both things is going on. It built up, but then it rocked. All that happened at once, yeah. But the build up, the move, the procession take 24,000 years. Yeah. Now, remember, you got to take one of the most telling things about a time is its carbon rate. You dig what I'm talking about? And she got a part in here called the carbon factor. Human remains and human artifacts of bone, polished stone, or pottery are found under great deposits of till and gravel, sometimes under as much as 100 feet. This is Immanuel Velikovsky, Worlds and Collisions. The carbon factor throws yet another wrench in glacial theory. During most of the geological history, there was much more CO2 in the atmosphere, than there is today. CO2, as we will see, in the next chapter indicates warmth. But ain't they trying to tell you more CO2 in the air today is going to create global winter? Ain't that your Earth heating up theory? See, when I'm old enough to remember coming up that they wasn't really worried about global warming. They was worried about global cooling through nuclear winter. That was the big thing. Now more CO2 is supposed to be heating the planet up, right? Indicates warm. Now another chemical clue to past temperatures is heavy hydrogen in the ancient wood, which has been measured with the surprising result winter temperatures in North America during the height of the last ice age may actually have been higher. Listen, they tricking you, man. This is cap and trade. That's all global warming is. They're going to start taxing you for air. But when you mass amount great amounts of CO2, what happens when you press CO2 together? It changes into dry ice. So how is dry ice going to heat the planet up? The planet is getting older, it's getting cooler, it's spinning slower, it's going to slow down. Not get hotter naturally. Now there are times where the natural seasons of the earth in its axial spin against its vortex facing the sun releases heat. And depending on what time of the year, your 365-day solar calendar, somewhere on the earth is always summer. Some places always winter. It is because of the vortex that allows this. Now, in fact, pre-Neolithic fossils, i.e., before the end of the last ice age, show the earth was warm and paradisal, or like paradise, with a great variety of species on every continent. Western America was filled with elephants, camels, antelopes, horses. The Papago Indian, Arizona creation legend recounts that all the seasons were warm and no one wore clothing. And other legends of native peoples recall that early era when animals were more abundant and wild plants were more plentiful. Concerning those animals and plants, Charles Hapgood in The Path of the Poles, 1999, asks, if the temperature of the whole world or the whole earth fell enough to permit ice sheets a mile thick to develop on the equator, just where did the fauna and flora go for that refuge? For their refuge. Indeed, if ice extinguished all organic life, as indicated by Embry and Palmer, 1979, just as the flood supposedly did, how then did it all spring back to life in the next interglacial period? It's a great question. It's actually a great question. Right? Finally, we are led to ask how. You dig what I'm talking about? Now, past eras on our planet were warmer and wetter. A major theme of the next chapter until the mid-Pleistocene, all humans lived in mild climates. Hippos roamed Europe and North America. The giant size of many fossils, another indicator of warm temperature. Man's origin in the tropics is not really controversial, or shouldn't be. The spread of humans was out of the tropics. Fagan, 2010, page 43. Until 50,000 years ago, all humans lived in tropical and mild climates. That's Diamond, 1992. Homo erectus, an early man, came forth in a time when the climate was warmer. This is Cannell. The primordial climate was mild. It was a sort of Eden. Remember? Recalls the Chinese text Huai Shu. Right? Let's go back over here. Let's go back over here. Now listen. They saying, and she trying to lay it out and explain it, that this is a natural event and that there was no ice ages. And in fact, that's true, because any age of Earth where there is ice on it is an ice age. So for the whole time, man's existence, it's been an ice age. Right? She says, it is my goal in this chapter to show that there was no ice ages, only ice in lots of places. In fact, almost everywhere, but never ubiquitous, never at the same time. The different regions of the earth merely took turns being icy, showing that 24,000 years ago, the place where the poles is now today just got there. But I'm going to have y'all whip y'all calendars out in a minute. I'm going to have y'all whip y'all calendars out because y'all got to do some working out to show you that I'm not just out here willy-nilly by myself with this shit. You gonna put some work in for yourself. Because if we saying these dates are happening, we're using the timetables of prophecy. Well, if we add these dates together, we should come with a date. You can't possibly think that you can start in the right place and end in the right place. I mean, start in the wrong place and somehow get to the right place. But if you start in the right place and you know where to start counting from, you can apply all the right math and get where you need to be, and it'll be right on time. This is what we find in the revealing with Owaspy. Boom. In the early times of Earth formation, the Earth was a longer north and south than east and west, but the Earth then assumed a globular form, which was afterward attenuated east and west. Then the Earth turned again, and to adapt itself to the north and south polarity of the vortex, in these various turnings of the Earth, every portion of the Earth has been to the east, to the west, to the north, and to the south. It was the combined cloud of Darwinian and Agassiz that sufficed to establish and enshrine the ice ages. But we have come a long way since Victorian science. Ice age now stands as nothing more than scientific fundamentalism. However, the world will end in ice. And this is the perpetual cooling of the earth, not the heating up of it. The perpetual cooling of the earth, to which the next chapter is devoted. Now, this is to the false global warming. Magnetic reversal is most economically explained by moving the whole earth. Likewise, ice ages. You dig what I'm talking about? Let me see. Let me see something real quick. Try to find. Let me stop sharing this screen. Let me see if I can. This is always a good. That's a good one. So, where science says that there should be a glacial maximum, right where science, right, saying there should be an ice age, Owaspy find itself saying there should be an ice age. The god of that time is Eighth. He comes down as what we would nominally call an archangel. Hooks up a atmospherian tube that dumps etheria down onto the earth, cooling the planet. How do we know that ether is cold? It is explained in I think that's the book of Ezra with Elias and the angelic host coming back to watch over the birth of Yeshua. Because when they looked up and they seen the angelic host coming down, let me see if I can find this Owaspy real quick. Thought this was my Owaspy right here. Let me see. Where's my Owaspy? I thought that was it right there. Okay. I think I got one. Right. Let me see. Where are we looking at? Let me see if I can show this. Oh. Okay, what am I looking at? All right. We were talking about the vortex, but I wanted to. I wanted to also show y'all some of these levels of the gods at the time. And when you see these words, you know you're talking about multiple things or different levels. These are the first 3 resurrections off the planet. These are the atmospherian levels, your first, second, and third resurrection. Past those resurrections, there are etherian beings and etherian realms. But in these etherian realms, there are even heights. So if at this level you begin to be a god, right? You begin to master the etherian levels, right? You begin in your 4th resurrection as an Orion. There's a step, a raise, a grade. But up over the Orions, just like we showed you with with Cynthia Armage of the 23rd arc cycle, she was Nirvani, right? She was one of the highest gods that ever even touch our planet. But look, above them, and look, they losing physicality and earth. You dig what I'm talking about? Ties to the earth, the physical part of creation. Just like Owaspi said, the man of darkness, the low, is more ruled by spirits than the man at the top. Showing that the more you learn and get closer to the Creator, is the more independence and liberty you gain. You dig what I'm saying? Hold on. Let me get you. Hold on. Let me get out of here. Okay. Showing that the man of darkness, or the man to his lowest, is always more ruled by the unseen. But the more you gain in strength and power and work and love and purity and works done for others with abnegation of self, the more you lose the response, the more that there are possibilities. Ain't he good, man? Ain't he good? All praise the Most High Creator, man. Creator, gang, gang. But I wanted to get my a watch me with so I can show it online. I know I have it. I know I have it. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find it now. Let me. Now, I'm trying to see if they got a calculator on here so I can do this with y'all. want to make sure that there's a calculator.
Did you find it?
Let me see. Let me go off in this O real quick. Let me get up in this O. I was trying to find, I think that's the book of Esther. Let me see. I think this is the book of Esther. Okay. This is Raphael. Wrote Genesis and Exodus. I'm trying to find. Let me see. Well, let me just show y'all something. Okay. Now we find God, Ave, right? An Ice Age God, because he just did an act in the Creator's name that smashed in the whole half of the planet. The floor of the Pacific, which was above the water at one time, is now the floor. The continent that was there. Pan, Waga. You dig what I'm talking about? Secret revealed also in Rawaspi. Y'all need to go ahead and get that. Is the southeast corner of that mug was called Mu. You dig what I'm talking about? But I want to show y'all and think not, O man, that I created the sky a barren waste and void of use, even as man in the corporeal form has adapted to the corporeal earth, so is he in the spiritual form adapted to my Ethereal worlds. 3 great estates have I bestowed upon man: the corporeal, the atmospherian, and the Ethereal. You dig what I'm saying? So, but I wanted to show that during, I think it's in the second part. Let's look up Yoshu. I believe that is the book of Ezra. Okay. See, two. No, that's this one. Okay. Let me see. 49. Okay. That's a good one. But I want to get the one where Moses comes down and see this boy Burr. Is it Moses? I believe it's Moses come down, see his birth, and you feel the cool. Okay. 6, 2, 43, 7. Okay, excuse me, y'all, for taking a little time. I just want to get down, and I'm not one of them super fake ass Bible stuff. Ephesians 5:5 ass nigga. You dig what I'm talking about? I take my time and read this shit and digest it, and I'll be off. And man, I ain't. Sometimes I just know where it is. You dig what I'm talking about? So I gotta go back into the story. You dig what I'm talking about? Because I done ran it and read it a whole bunch of times. Now, this is, hold on. Eleven. Okay, yeah, here it go. Now watch this. Moses came to him and said, this is God's book of Ezra, right? Chapter, what is this? 40 XLIV 44. Is this 34? No. XL. Yeah, 40, right? 44. Yep. 44. We're going to go from. Okay. No, it's 40, chapter 42. Yeah, it's actually chapter 42, verse 11. Yeah, verse 11 through 13, right? And we want to prove that the ethereal or space being dumped in the area now called the Pacific cause its colder nature, even today, knocking the planet, rolling the planet off its axial spin at that time, 24,000 years ago, just like science says it was. But we showing the 5 W's, or the why, the who, the what, the when, the where. You dig what I'm talking about? And then the how. You dig what I'm saying? But to show you that the stuff that's coming from up there, from what they call the waters above or space, is first of all not empty. And many times it's irradiated. And furthermore, it is cold, way below zero cold. Now look, then Gaphaniah, chief of the Lewis. A Lewis is a spiritual geneticist. According to the command of God, to raise up an heir to the voice of Jehovah, and in all 4 generations more, and in 4 generations more, an heir was born, and his name was Yeshu, or Yeshua. I explained why they add the A through Hebrew, meaning as an appellation, a suffix, it correlates to the Vedic ma, Yeshu, You dig what I'm saying? So his name in English should be really translated to Joshua, Yeshua. But neither here nor there. Another thing Owaspi is showing that, let's go back. Then came Gephaniah, right? God of the Lewis, according to the command of God, to raise up an heir to the voice of Jehovah. And in 4 generations more, their heir was born and named Yeshu. And he was the child of Joseph and his wife Mara, devout worshipers in the Creator Jehovah, who stood aloof from all other peoples, save the Essenes. And because of the extreme youth of Mara, the child was of doubtful sex, whereupon the rabbi said the child was Iesu, signifying neutral. But listen, the time came of the birth of the child that 3 days after the descent of a heavenly ship from the throne of God, and many of the Essenes looked up and beheld the star, and they felt the cold wind of the higher heavens fall upon the place and around about the tent where the child was born. And they said one to another, Jehovah, remember us. Proving right there that when the Essenes seen this etheric ship dropping down, they felt the etheric force and felt that it was what? And they felt the cold of the higher heavens fall upon the place and around about the tent. So imagine that same force that just came down with a ship being multiplied 100,000 times by 250,000 ships, and then smashed into the goddamn planet. Literally causing the ice age instantly, that day, right then. And then he smashed it 3 times. Wow, wow, wow. Carved that mug up like a pizza, lifted it up and smashed it beneath the waves. Go push a basketball beneath some pool water, or just get in your bathtub and try to push a basketball beneath the water. Look how much force you got to use, and then you got to keep it there. Okay. You know what I mean? And here go another time when Moses came down, right? Excuse me. And they seen the Otavan, right? Then Moses, and at this time, if the etheric ship that came down, they felt the cold wind in, right here, they must have felt it too. Right here, look. Then Moses, right? This is after his death. 1,000 years or better after the time he had left Egypt. You dig what I'm talking about? Listen, he'd already been a dead man. He put a he put a curse on Nugan, aka Amos the First, right? And he had to come back and get that curse up off of him. So he did that, gave him a new name, Elias. Now, remember in the story, they say Jesus cried out, Elias, Elias. They thought he was crying out to Elias. Watch this. Then Moses and his host drew their otavan down to the angel camp, which was near the camp of the mortals, the Essaians, and they made the light to fall upon the boat. And it came to pass that many of the Essaians looked up and beheld the otavan, calling it a chariot. Ain't that what they say? And Moses and Elias. Who? Moses and Elias. And Elias. They also many times say that's Elijah. No, it's Elias. But who they there with? And Moses and Elias went and stood before Yeshua, and he saw them. And Moses said unto Yeshua, my son, the light of Eloah is upon thee. Israel, through thee shall regain the all one which was lost. Thereupon Moses and his host together with Elias. Remember, he with Elias, but he's also came back, gave a new name to Pharaoh who oppressed him, who fucked it up. Now he got to mess it up. Who fucked it up. Now he got to clean it up. It is through Pharaoh that Yeshua is born. He protected and raised up the people who go on to birth this mighty Yesu, this great prophet. You dig what I'm saying? It's funny. Pharaoh got to go raise that guy up, and he did it for over 1,000 years to get to this point. Moses is coming back to actually look at it, see what's going on, make sure everything is everything. All right, because you messed this up, now you got to clean this up. But here you go. I'm going to give you this whole new name, whole new thing. You're going to watch out for my people. I'm going to go ahead, and I'm going to come back when it's time for the job. So here come Moses coming back when the time is done. And Moses and Elias went and stood before Yeshua, and he saw them. Moses said unto him, my son, the light of Eloah is upon thee. Israel, through thee shall regain the all one which was lost. Thereupon Moses and his host, together with Elias and his host, went into the otavan and immediately took course to paradise, God's heavenly seat at that time, where they arrived in due season. And after 3 days, they again entered the fire ship and took course for Moses' Etherian realm. So we see that when a force comes from those etheric realms, it is not hot. It's not super hot till it gains kinetic energy or magnetic energy from centrifugal force of movement or vortexian force, or what we call electricity many times, falling or being pushed from the extremities down to the earth, right? But we see that space is cold. It's freezing cold. So where this large area, this tube, this column is connected to the earth and then to the heavens, where it's severed, it is dumping ice. instantly smashing the temperatures. I'm telling you, taking the temperatures down hundreds of degrees instantly. And until this hole in the ionosphere, in the troposphere, in its total atmosphere, because remember, it's connected past the moon. Till that is all right, it is falling etheric space into this area, freezing this area, causing what we call a glacial maximum, because we were already in an ice age then. Ice age just meaning ice on the planet, but we instantly went into a glacial maximum 24,000 years ago, proven by science. We're showing you that God, that ice age God, is eighth. But let me break it down for you some more. 12,000 years later, what do we find ourselves in? Remember, this is a 24,000 year arc cycle, even in the story of creation, right? Even in the story of creation, let me go back. Hold on, let me show it. Even in the time of creation, right? Let me share my screen. Even in the time of creation, right here, right? Let me open that up, Sean, for you. Hope y'all can see that. Let me get it right there for you. Right here. Right? The earth at this point, right? The earth at this point is at a different temperature and a different time and a different place. This is the time of creation. This is also your 6,000 year period, so-called 6 days. It is in that time, the second half of this period, 12,000 years, that you find man being birthed upon the planet. Okay. Now, we here in the 25th, we're talking about an event that happened exactly 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 arc cycles ago. Exactly 24,000 years. Under the God 8. But look, let's go 12,000 years later from here. 3, 6, 9, 12. Right? 6, 12. Right here. 3, 6, 9, 12. That will be in the 20th arc cycle of Osiris. I mean, of Thor. Hold on, let's go back to the book of Thor. Right? The book of Shu, book of Thor. Let me show. Book of Thor. This is Osiris. Osiris is my dude. Mm-hmm. My favorite place is dark. Let me find this thing here real quick. Because we're going to see another dark time upon a planet, right? And at that time, what are we going to find? We're going to find that we fall right back into a quote unquote glacial maximum. Exactly 12,000 years or half a Gadol after the Great Flood in the last glacial maximum. Okay, now I want to show that for the last 5,000, or excuse me, 500 years. Now, okay, this is the book of Thor, chapter 6. Start at chapter 9. Hear your creator, O ye gods and goddesses. Behold the magnitude of my works. I labor not for the profit of this man or that man, nay, nor for this people nor that people, nor for the inhabitants of one star and one heaven, but for the glory of millions of stars and millions of heavens. Doth not one corporeal man bewail a shower of rain, and yet his neighbor rejoiceth therewith? Uh, the There or therewith. One man prayeth for sunshine and another for shade. Think not that I labor for each one separately, but for the perfection of the whole. Wherefore then shall the God of earth and his lords bewail the darkness that falleth on the earth in this day? I have prepared places of darkness in the Etherian firmament and places of light. This is your Aja and your Jaya. And we're going to find out about another one, nebula. I have prepared places of darkness in my Etherian firmament and places of light, and my corporeal worlds must travel through them, for so I created them. And these places of darkness and places of light are as changes of seasons for my harvest. Now doth the earth pass in deep darkness, for I fructify the races of men in new growth, corporeally, for things that shall come after, as they absorb from the aja of my places in this age, so also do their souls become full of superstition and darkness. Look what's going on. He making them bigger, but he making them more spiritually not that they don't believe, but susceptible to Jujan force and even being put in trance at all time, just like all Ahuans were. Where was we at? Okay. Thus, now this is Aja. From my places to this age, so also their souls become full of superstition and darkness. Thus went the earth into great darkness during the last 600 years of the cycle of Thor, and there was no harvest from her heaven. Now, hold on. Hold on. We got to show this. The last 600 years, right here. Let me get back to it. Let me show y'all the Timetables of prophecy. Hold on. No. No. Let me go. Let me go right here. Let me just go back up to the top. Okay. Now, showing the system and rhythm, the symmetry, the harmony, the beauty of this whole thing. You dig what I'm talking about? And that you dig what I'm saying? That it all lines up with the timetables of prophecy. So we're talking about an event right here. Now, let me grab my phone so I can do this shit right along with y'all. I want y'all to grab y'all phone. Go to your calculator. Go to your calculator on your phone. Right? Hold on, let me go to mine. Let me go to my calculator. Now, I want to show y'all something. Right? The last glacial maximum as revealed by Owaspy is in negative, type this in, 22,553 BC, right? Now we know that these things happen or these great cataclysms happen in 24,000 year loops called the elliptic, right? But we want to show you it break down even on a lesser scale. You dig what I'm saying? So we find the glacial maximum at 22,553 BC being created by the sinking of Pan and the god A. But as revealed by Owaspy, right? Thus the earth went into great darkness during the last 600 years of the cycle of Thor, and there was no harvest from her for the Etherian heavens, but the spirits deserted atmosphere in millions and millions and went down to the earth to dwell with mortals and to find places on the corporeal earth where to live. Also look at 14. This is the book of Thor, 6:9 through 14. And save to the ions, the light of Jehovah was shut out from men. Thus, ambition for improvement was at an end. They became as drones and vagabonds. And when they died, their spirits continued to lie about in the places of their mortal life. And many of these spirits persuaded mortals to suicide, and they killed themselves by thousands and thousands of years. Nor was their courage more than against, nor was their courage more amongst men to endure anything under the sun. They wanted to be with the spirits of the dead, to talk to them, to see them, and to be rid of earth trials. Neither had the spirits that congregated on earth any knowledge of the higher heavens, nor could they impart knowledge as to where they dwelt or how they were employed their time, for in fact they did nothing useful to the heaven or earth, nor even to themselves. Thus ended the cycle of Thor. So it's revealed that the cycle of Thor, right? For 600 years, there's no harvest. And that literally the earth is darkened out by going through one of these Aegean regions. Let's look when that is. The Ark of Thor and its last 600 years is in the Ark of Mos, or from the year 553 BC to 10,353 BC, a 3,200 year span of time. Right here. But from the time of, it said, the last 600 years, so the last 353, you got to add 47, 257, right? You got to add 47 to get to 247, to get to 10,600. Now, what do they say happened in science 10,600 years ago? Since we know the last 600 years of this time, right? Last 600 years of this 20th arc cycle, 12,000 years after this 17th arc cycle. Look. You see it? 12,000 years, 22,553. Now go 22,553 plus 12,000. Give you 10,553. Right when the Younger Dryas is happening, and exactly right in the middle of this 600-year period of darkness, Owaspy now reveals that it is taken, or that the Creator now reveals through Owaspy that he is taking the earth through it during these last couple years of the arc, or the 20th arc, the Ark of Mos, under the Orion chief, Thor. And not that Thor that they talking about coming in the Greek tales and Hellenistic tales. Y'all gonna find out Thor was an African. That name is Hamitic. The name Thor is Hamitic. So don't let them fool you with that. And he only mentioned on Earth today because he was so doggish. Y'all better go read the story of Thor. That boy was cold. You dig what I'm saying? He beautified, man. Low key. Oh, my dog Low Key on. There you go. What up, bro? Let me show. It is during this time from 13,553, or the 20th arc cycle, Mos, under the Orion god Thor. You dig what I'm saying? The Orion god Thor. That we find ourselves in these last 600 years. Let's show. So we want to Google. Let's go Google it. Right? What years were the Younger Dryas?
According to Encyclopedia Britannica, Younger Dryas, also called Younger Dryas Stadial, cool period between roughly 12,900 and 11,600 years ago that disrupted the prevailing warming trend occurring in the northern hemisphere at the end of the Pleistocene epoch.
Boom. Between 11,000, 12,900, and 11,600 years ago. Right? Where does it say? Huh? It fall perfectly right where it say it's supposed to. We know it's roughly 247 years or 600 years before this date, which would be about 10,009 to 10, 10,953, or 600 years before the end of this. So 10,953, or roughly 11,000 years ago, we find ourselves right in the middle of the Younger Dryas. Right here. You dig what I'm talking about? We find ourselves right smack dead in the middle of another ice age. Not only an ice age, a glacial maximum. Okay. Right? So we also have another ice age god, the god Thor. It is through his time. You dig what I'm saying? It ain't to the next arc cycle we get astrology and science on Earth. Thor was giving back idols. This is why he's still idol to this day. He was one of the people who gave shape and symmetry to man. Apollo, Thor finished it off, but at the end of his cycle, there was no harvest for 600 years. The sun was even blacked out. Right? Okay. Let's get this back up here. This is the Younger Dryas. We find after that, well, if we didn't, okay, hold on. Let me get back to the calendar. To the calculator. Go back to the calculator. Now look exactly where they saying if the flood happened 22,553 BC, right? And it set off a glacial maximum that year, that day, right? That exact year. We're saying that 24,000 years have roughly passed since that time. So, after 12,000 years, right? So you take negative 22,553, add 12,000, right? It take you to 10,505 BC, 200 years before the time of a great darkness, or 400 years into a 600-year time of darkness where the sun is blacked out and the earth temperatures drop. Guess what we find? 10,553 BC, man smack dab in the middle of the Younger Dryas. Huh? So we got another god who is an ice age god, Thor. At the end, his wasn't no men going for ascension at that time. You dig what I'm talking about? Same thing that was happening to Aph, or Neph, better yet, was happening to Neph, going into the time of Aph, or the fifth era, 23,153 BC. Now we're talking about all the way down here, 12,000 years later, exactly. Look. Add it up. Add it up. 12,000. During these last 600 years. we had the Younger Dryas, showing that it came right on time as it should. But guess what? Go another 6,000 years, right? Or during the time or before or the 22nd arc cycle, 6,000 years. So take your calendar from 10,553 and go plus 6,000. It leads you to 4553 BC, or 600 years before the beginning of the 23rd arc cycle, right? During the time of Abba ben Noah, right? But that's if I'm not mistaken, that's the first book of God. That is the first book of God, taken during the book of God's word, taking place under the watchfulship of Fragapati or Fragapati. Okay. I want to. Okay. I'm trying to find the birth of Moses. And basically this time here also during the Ark of Lut, right, or from 7,053 to 39,000. Hold on, let me scoot this over a little bit. Okay. All right. During this arc cycle, 22nd, or from 7,053 BC to 39,000, which are 3,100 years span of time, right? This is the time of Zarathustra. From Zarathustra in the beginning to Abram, Iwata, Po, and Brahma during this arc period. Now look at the dates. Look at the dates. 3,100 years from here to here. So we're talking about a time. Remember, we just took 6,000 away. Then we had 453 BC, 4,553 BC. Remember, we at this date, we in between. We're in a 22nd arc cycle, or 6,000 years after this 20th, right? So we in here. 600 years from this date. Huh? 600 years from this day. What do you find yourself at? Add 600 to 39,553. Take you to 45,053. 600 years before this time. But nonetheless, 6,000 years, or half that 12,000, which is half that 24. You dig what I'm talking about? In the 22nd arc cycle, or the Ark of Lut, under the Ethereal Orion chief, Fragapati. He wasn't no joke. These dudes, all these dudes, Ace, Su, Apollo, Thor, Osiris, Fragapati, Cynthia Maj, and Lika. Look at Lika. Lika, a clown. Look at it. He over. These is beasts. This is some of the best it ever get. Last one is Nirvanian. He higher than all these dudes. And today we got another woman, the second in the last three true gods, female, male, female. 2 of our last 3 gods have been goddesses. What is the plan for your biblical narrative about you, sisters? What's going to happen specifically for you? If they say you're supposed to bow down and do all this and let the man, whatever, okay. You do all that, right? You do it tip-top to the best of your ability, no flaw. What happens because you did that in your next life? What spot do you get? You get to play the background again? Not in Owaspy. Not in Owaspy. You can go on to be Shesivi Antithotis, God, goddess today. You can be Cynthia Maj. What? You can be Cynthia Maj. What? You can be Faiz. This is Faiz, goddess. You dig what I'm talking about? Isis. Yep, listen. Isis, goddess of the 8th arc cycle after the creation of man. This is what you get for doing right, as revealed by Owaspy. Not dead and lying in no grave. You going on spiritually progression forever. Non-stop forever. Upwards and outwards forever. Ain't no stopping to it. So now look what we found. We found ice ages in the Younger Dryas right here in the 20th arc cycle. 12,000 years before that, in the 17th arc cycle, we find an ice age. But guess what? 6,000 years after this date, 553 BC, guess what we found? Hold on. This is the book of God's word. I know it's in here. I know this mug in here. Because it talk about man being born in Aja and preparing for the birth of... Okay, hold on. Let me go back some more. Preparing for the birth of Abram, Brahma, Po, and Iwata. Let me see. Is it the Book of Divinity? I thought it was the Book of God's word. I could have swore it's the Book of God's word. But let me look in the Book of Divinity. I thought it was what it was preparing for the birth of Abram. Okay. Okay. First, okay. And, okay. I want to show y'all that a cataclysm happened 6,000 years or 600 years before the beginning of the 23rd arc cycle. At the time that Po Po Iwata, okay, yeah. Okay, talk about Po. I know. Now I told y'all I ain't know, but you know how you read a thing 4, 5, 6 times. You dig what I'm talking about? You know it's in there. Okay. Well, I want to show it because there is definitely prior to the birth of Abram. Okay, hold on. There is a period of the downfall of Aja 100 about 180 years, or about 600 years, excuse me, before the 23rd arc cycle, or 3953 BC, that becomes nebula, or falling physical material comet, and it's going here we go. Hold on. Okay. Now look, this is revealed. Now we done went from 22,553 to 10,553. Now we coming back down 6,000 more years. So we just cutting that 24,000 year period up. We found in that every one of these 6,000 year periods, or this light, dark, or creation, destruction periods, we find a great destruction. Right? Watch. But even gods fail at times, for by failures do all persons learn there are higher powers. Only Creator never faileth. In the last month of the last year of Ajah, even whilst God, Jehovah's Son, and his Lord gods and his lords and sub gods were proud of heart that they should carry the earth and her heavens through safely, they met sore trials. This then is what happened. A comet, a comet came within the earth's vortex and was drawn. Now remember, they've been in a time of Ajah. Hold on, let me show you one more time. Right here. During this time, 22nd arc cycle, halfway through this motherfucker, 4553 BC, right here. Remember, we went from 22, then we subtracted 12,000, got us to 10,000 right here. Now subtract another, boom, smack dead in this younger Dryas and this dark age revealed during the time of Thor, right here. Now we 6,000 years later, right here, smack dab in the middle of the arc of Lu, 22 arc cycles after the creation of man. We find ourselves what? In the last month of the year of Ajah, right? They thought they was about to get through it. They had been going through it. Ajah had been tearing it up. It's a feast for Druges, right? They thought they had it. In the last month of the last year of Ajah, even whilst God, Jehovah's Son, and his lords and gods and his lords and sub-gods were proud of heart that they should carry the earth and her heavens through safely, they met sore trials. This then is what happened. A comet came within Earth's vortex and was drawn in, even as floating drift is drawn within a whirlpool in a river. The substance of the comet was condensed and fell on the earth in mist and dust and ashes. And the earth and the heavens above the earth were in darkness 12 days. And the darkness was so great that man could not see his hand before him. And during those days, the darkness, there were more than fourscore hells founded within the horror's heavenly divisions, and he himself was cast into one of them, and he was walled about by more than 3,000 million angels, pilfered and stripped of all he had. He and his remaining subgods were also bound in hell and robbed of all they had. Huh? This is, what did they say? In the last month of the last year. So Ajah had been falling for 600 million, but all the way down to here. And Nebula, hold on, had been falling 130 years. Hold on, let's go back and show that. Not only Ajah had been coming, but roughly for 80 straight years, Nebula been falling to the earth. As proved right there of the verse we read, but let's go show that we was in the time of Ajah. Should be. I know this is in here. Okay. Boom, 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 boom. Ahura come back. Now look. Let me see. Well, for the last 130 years, right? Or to 20 years before 3953 BC. That's 3970. So from 3973 BC going back is roughly 4133 BC. Roughly around 460. But for the last 130 years, Ajah fell. To 20 years before this day, not only Ajah fell, but Nebula had failed. Ajah had been falling since 4553 BC, as we just seen. But look, this the dope part, right? Now, remember, we started off at 4553 BC, right? But if you put 600 years of Ajah onto this time and go 3,000 evenly, now, which is 3,100 years, or go 3,000 equally from 4553 BC. Where do we end up at? Boom. 1553 BC. Right? What happened 400 years in between this day? Yes, sir. 2,400. Right? So let's go back to the calculator. Right? Let's go back to the calculator. Right? We got negative 453 BC, right? We got 600 years of fallen Aja. Right? Let me show that back. 600 years of fallen Aja. Right? And the next cycle, this cycle, right? From 1553 BC to 18 right now, we right here in the 23rd, right? 1553 to going backwards to 3953 BC, right? You see that 600-year makeup where the destruction is actually being proven to now happen, and a comet's falling on the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Blocking out the sun for 12 days. We find that, right? And we find the beginning of the making the deserts happening at the same time, right? But let's finish. Let's cap it off, right? Because you need to make up. We know what happens at roughly 1153 BC, but we can make up the 300, right? We can make up the 300, right? So we then went from 12,000. We added another 6,000. That's 18,000 years. Bring us down to 14,553 BC. We find out in Owaspy, not only was we going through Aja at the time. You dig what I'm talking about. Not only was we going through Aja, but at the same time, we had a comet and dumped its material right onto the planet. Time of destruction, right? But we know what happened at 1153 BC, right? So we take, let's go, plus, hold on, excuse me, right? Plus, what the fuck is this happening? Plus 3,000 gets us right. Brings us to 11,553. Now y'all see that right here at the beginning of the 24th arc cycle, or the Archabon, under the Neovanian chief Lika, right? But what happens 400 years after this? And now notice, the arc cycle went from 2,400, losing and gaining that 600 years right here, back up to 34. So here go your extra 400 years right here in the length of the arc cycle, which would take this time actually down to 1153 BC. Anybody want to tell us what happened in 1153 BC? Let's break it down for them. Let's show them in the beginning of the Archabon. Right? That's the beginning of the Archabon. But what happened in 400 years after the beginning of the Ark of Bond. Hold on, we in the, I keep forgetting the goddamn book split. I got the old book. You dig what I'm talking about? What happened 400 years later in 1153 BC? That is the time of Esra or Eskara, spiritual death or destruction from above. A time where massive amounts of falling nebula was falling to the earth, covering up and destroying shit, period. As I noted right here, Esra means spiritual destruction from above. Right? Now, this took place from roughly 1150, 1100 BC to 700 BC, right? 11 was a 400-year period, right? And from 700 BC to 300 BC, we get enslavement of the Israelites, right? And the time where it's revealed that the Jews who were under the inspiration or enslavement or oppression of the Babylonians were had just not too long before that came out of Babylon and were subjects or actually had no written law during this time. You dig what I'm talking about? So, and this is exactly the 400 years made up in this arc cycle right here from the destruction, bringing us exactly 11553 BC in the beginning of Esra, and one of the most destructive periods on the face of this earth. It created your modern day deserts, solidified them, destroyed just about every ancient society that we've ever been talked about through history. One thing we do, we find them through ancient studies, historical studies, archaeology, paleontology, that these people were actually real. But then you go find that place, we find that place not only under 30, 40, 50, 60 feet of earth. You dig what I'm talking about? We find them first burned everywhere, showing Esra. You dig what I'm talking about? Also, there is a ideology in the nation of Islam where there are motherships and there are going to be walls of fire dropping on the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Into the city areas, and people are going to have to flee from this stuff, right? I thought it was crazy, man. Listen, I knew a brother named Dyson X, man. He told me, I giggled. Boy, I giggled on it. I giggled on the brother plays, the black aliens. I giggled. Man, listen, I laughed on this forever, right? Come to find out what Waspi is saying. He was more right at the time than I was. I wrote a letter, man, and apologized to that brother just because I was ignorant. Now more what he's saying, even though it's allegorical, was more on point than what I was saying. You dig what I'm so it is what it is. but I didn't understand how it could happen. You dig what I'm saying? Now, they showing us through Escra that these happen not, you know what I'm saying, at certain places, at certain period, as have been revealed to you already in regard to the succession of the God and the periods of Dan and the division of the higher from the lower heavens. It is sufficient unto you to know that with these which is given of God, is of himself, is of him who is Jehovah's voice, without regard to which administration or which God, and to know also that heaven referred to in Escra is not of the higher heavens, Etheria, but atmosphere, which heavens travel with the earth around the sun, which heavens were called the lower heavens by the ancients, or Hada, Hades, hell, and by some the intermediate world, through which heavens all souls must pass, being first purified and risen in wisdom, ere they can inherit the emancipated worlds in Etheria. Nor are there Nor are these my revelations to mortals only, but to thousands of millions of the spirits of the dead who know not the plan of resurrection to higher heaven, but to wander about on the earth, not even knowing the organizations of the kingdoms in my lowest heavens, whom I reached by coming to mortals and to places on the earth where they abide for each and for many such angels believe the heavens to be an organized wilderness, void of government and instruction and in discipline, and by virtue of their presence with mortals, though invisible to see them, do inspire mortals to the same darkness, wherefrom mortals have concluded there are neither lords nor gods who are Jehovah's high officers in these heavens. These matters shall be set forth and brief in Escra, in fullness, which time near at hand, for they shall see and read the books in the libraries of these heavens and learn to know of their own knowledge. Right? This book shall be called Escra, because it is the history of the heavenly cycle bond. It contains the substance of the heavenly records of 3,300 years of the first regions of the resurrections of the dead. My words are not of the earth, but of heaven. For the history of earth ye know already. Wherefore I reveal things ye know not of. Be ye profited therein understandingly, for my heavenly kingdoms will be presently at your habitation. Right? It is a 400-year span time. Right? Okay. Now, here we find the earth, right? I should go back, but I want to bring it right to 1153 BC. You dig what I'm talking about? Find out what's going on the earth at that time. That whole cities and civilizations are being wiped out at this time. What's significant about the 400 years between 1150 BC and 750 BC? It is directly the collapse of the Bronze Age. You dig what I'm saying? It is the Bronze Age. And it's from that time, the collapse of the Bronze Age, another great calamity, which we now see is Iskra, or falling nebula materia, falling into the Earth atmosphere, burning 2-3 times the temperature of a volcano, falling miles and miles and miles deep. And notice, we didn't put it on a chart in this 24,000 year span of time. Now, I also want you to notice Iskra is the misnomered mud flood. Ain't no mud flood per se. If it hit ground, it get cool, it will look dirt. It's dirt. It's material that everything that makes up a planet falling to the planet, heated 2 to 3 times the state of modern day magma. So we're talking 6,000, 7,000 degrees falling from space. Irradiated, magnetized, electrified, liquefied, hot earth material, or what they call plasma, fall into the earth from Earth's the vortex is nebula regions, or regions that have small rocks and pebbles and big rocks and pebbles and just everything that called a the iron bracelet, and is right before or right after the Van Allen belt. Excuse me, right after the Van Allen belt. So it is falling through this Van Allen belt, the nebula region, or the rocky part of our atmosphere or vortex, giving the earth or giving that material speed and motion from the vortex headed to the earth through an irradiated place in our atmosphere. So it heats it up. Now it's falling to the earth, gaining kinetic energy miles and miles deep. Not only hitting with the kinetic energy, but burning at a massive temperature. So this is why every desert we know of was once a lush area. Super lush, one of the lushest areas in the world. We noticed that there was a whole sea on the inside of the Sahara. The Gobi was dumb lush. India, Persia, dumb lush. Even in Death Valley, out west, United States, it had a whole inland sea. And then in no time, nothing. But if you follow the makeup of where deserts are on the planet, east to west, you'll find they're all in the same line, going east to west on an angle. Basically, southeast to northwest, from Eastern Asia to northern Western America, Southeastern Asia to Northern America. Those are the great deserts, all in there. Everywhere these cities were, these great cities, Egypt, these great Greece that they talk about, disappeared 1150 BC. Ask them. They don't come around again to Herodotus, 750. You take what I'm talking about? They lost their whole language, everything. You dig what I'm saying? What happened to these people? This is your Tartaria. This is your mud flood. This is your plasma event. It's Escra. And guess what? It came right in on time. Right? So you want to add your 400. Bring it to 1153 BC. Right? Okay. Cool. But that's 2,100 years. There's another 3,000 years to go. What do that lead us to? Right? What do that lead us to? Let me see. Right here. What did that lead us to? 3,000 minus this day. Right? Hold on. Anybody know what? Right? 3,000 years from 1153, right? 3,000 years from 1153. Right? Puts us at 1853. Or 8, excuse me. 3,000 years. Let me back it up. Let me show y'all what I did. Or I could have did this. 1553 BC plus 3,000. Put me into 1447 BC. Right? Right here. This is 1848 at the start of Cosmon. So 400 years before this date is what? Exactly the end of Escra. 1447 or 3,000 years from this date. We ain't switching up nothing. We ain't switching up nothing. But we found our 400 years and see why this one is so 400 years when this one could have gave 100 to that one and gave that one to that one, they would all made them 3,000. Pretty much. You dig what I'm saying? But look at the time. Right? 12,200 years. 3,000 years. Another 3,000 years. Another 3,000 years. Right? From this time to this time. You dig what I'm talking about? Is this. 5,800 years ago, you find us here. 6,000 years ago, you find us here. 12,000 years ago, you find us here. Look at this. Destruction. 22,553 BC. Destruction. 10,900 BC. 10,553 BC, right in the middle of this last 600 years. We find another ice age, destruction. 6,000 years later, right here, we find a comet falling on our planet. Right? Right before that, 3,000 years lead us right here. But that 400 we need, right? That 400 we need drop us right on Esra, 1153 BC. So this shit is going right on fucking time, right? Because 100 years before this is 1153, 453 BC. We was already in nebula, planet getting bombed, smoked out. Our job been falling 600 years before this day. Nebula just been falling 133 of the last 153 years. So until 3973. You find right at 1053 BC, if you even add 100 to this, add 100 to it. For the 100 years, the 130 years or whatever, that nebula was falling on the planet before this time. You did what I'm saying? You're going to find that if you take 3,000 from this, you still smack dab in the middle of Escra. No bullshit. Watch this. Watch this. Let's go back to 4553. Now watch. We're going to give it. We know Aja and all that fell roughly Aja fell 600 years. It cleared at 3953 BC at the beginning of the Arca Spita. Right? But for the last, so plus 470. So for the last 130 years of the Arca Spita, right? So that's 470 plus 470 equals 41,800 years BC, 44,083, right? That's when nebula for roughly the last 130 years fell onto the planet. You dig what I'm saying? Or to 20 years before that, or to 773. So, but roughly 110 years, nebula, meteoric parts fell on the planet, right? Well, let's go to that date, right? Which we can go to 33973 BC, or we can just stay right here at 4083 BC at the beginning of the fall of nebula and go plus 3,000. Takes us to 1083. We smack dab in the middle of Escra, showing that the timetables of prophecy are without flaw. This also shows that it's a lot to go on just in this, because not only have we found one god of an ice age, eighth, we found two gods of an ice age in Ape and Thor, but not only two, we found the god of a dramatic drop in time and darkness and destruction on the planet in Thor in Fragapay or Fragapity. That's three, but we find a fourth god during the major, what I call the major, besides the flood, destruction maybe ever on this planet since the flood, which didn't come through water. You dig what I'm talking about? Didn't even come from the earth. It fell from the sky. This is Esquer, one of the great destructions. Happened exactly when it was supposed to. You dig what I'm saying? So we at 11 right here, right? 1153 BC through 750 BC. You dig what I'm saying? Now, it's odd, right? But it say if Esquer fall off and on in different places, because while the east was being destroyed circa 1153 BC or 1553 BC to 1153 BC, when they start getting destroyed in the east, over here in America, we was untouched. So we was flourishing. Super high towns and cities, and you did what I'm talking about. Most of that stuff that they talk about, this great reset, they call it a reset. It's time of destruction, a mud flood. Tartaria ain't no Tartaria. Tartaria is some new shit. This is before they even existed. You dig what I'm talking about? This is 1153 BC. At the end of the Bronze Age, where everything get wiped out, what they call a perfect storm. They had disease, they had earthquakes, we had volcanoes, we had storms, we had collapsing societies, we had everything. And then everything mysteriously burnt. And it went under 30, 40, 50, 60, 100 feet of dirt somehow. This is what they don't understand. They call it a mud flood. No, it's just the cooled off material that created your deserts. How we know the deserts was lush? Because they full of oil. It takes living material, carbonated material, to be burned and then put under massive amounts of pressure, instantly dropped into the earth where it liquefies itself. It changes its chemical state because of the carbonated material being set on fire and then cooled and put under massive amounts of pressure. Well, how does that happen that fast? This is the same reason they can't understand fossilization. They don't understand how they think a fossil is made over thousands of years, sitting, sediment, transference. No, that shit is made. Proof is, if it's done with fire and it makes a bone, if you do the same but with ice, it'll be flash frozen. This is how we know that force is the same force acting at different places and different times. This is vortexia. So not only did we find one ice age god, during the ice ages, during these great destructions, we found a rapidity, a rhythm, a harmony, a symmetry, not only in creation, but in destruction. You dig what I'm saying? Not only in creation, but in destruction too. So if we serve a fair and just creator, and he know that these things is coming, well, then he gonna give us a way to get out the way. Is you gonna read it? Because that thing to teach us how to prepare for these catastrophes. Because if you don't think that they coming, oh, they coming. Right on time. Right when they say they is. If you notice, I didn't go on further to extrapolate in dates because it's going to be dropping things really close to home to people. Huh? Watch out for 2027. Watch out for 2029 and 2030. Boy, might be seeing the Great Depression again. Huh? I'm just saying. Watch your dates. 600 years or a time and a half time from the end of Escra is what date? Look it up. You don't believe me? 1447. Tap that in your calculator. Add a time, 400, and a half time, 600. Takes you to 2047. Is that significant to anybody? Huh? If it is that these events through Aja, Jaya, Nebula, and Ether, Corpus, you dig what I'm talking about, happen regularly, shouldn't we be looking through the timetables of prophecy, producing our own Araknu Umbungala, to see where, how a nation should be affected? I didn't bring out the rest of this because it should be a second part to show prophecy. Well, did stuff happen in here? What's going to happen? Remember, we in 14, right here, 1447, 400 years before the Cosmine era, a time and a half time. What happens in 2448, 2447 BC, AD, excuse me, in roughly 26 years? Anybody know? Yeah, the faithers know. We ain't confused. We know what's going on over here. This is the end of the first semi-dan of the Cosmine era. Huh? What happened 100 years before? Two things happened. Jews went and got a home somewhere else. But also, at the same time, 1947, 1948, 100 years before, 26 years now from 100 years then, aliens, what they call aliens, came to the planet. Roswell incidents, the incidents over Russia, Germany, and Washington. Also, the ones in Roswell. Happened 100 years ago, exactly from a time and a half time from the end of Escra. Y'all think that's by coincidence? Look what happened. Every 33 years repeats itself. It is the key number to the understanding of prophecy. So 100 years, every 3 you add 1. 100 years before 2048, the Jews left where they was at and took some land and created the land Israel, or modern day Israel that's in Palestine. The Israelis did this. The Jews are in America. The true Jews. Primarily, they're in America. They're called Negro. But we'll get into Jews, Hebrews, Israelites later. But even Hitler reveals that the true Jews have been enslaved and tricked into America. and are not the people of the Ashkenazi. But you dig what I'm saying? They go, the Jews, and get a new land and go get themselves together, doing their own thing by themselves. Take notice, Israel, with their own government. They own everything, doing their own thing. And the world is paying tribute to them. But are they Jews? Don't matter. Because it's about what we gonna do. And if they want to help, we'll take their help, but we don't need their help. We don't need nobody's help. Because remember, 2048, the Jews go get a new home. Guess what's going to happen? Just like what happened in 1948. You don't believe me? Look what happened in 1920. Okay, what happened in 2020? Okay, showing you that this shit repeat. Okay, go look at some of them old films, them old pictures of them people in the influenza times in the 1919, 1920, 1921, 1922. Go look at them times. They look just like we do today with the masks on. You dig what I'm saying? The timetables of prophecy are absolute. There are only three things in all creation that are absolute. That is time, that is prophecy, and the creator. Everything else, he say. And when he don't want it to be no more, you turn to a dinosaur and you extinct. Proving also that there is, in actuality, no law, just the way of the creator. But it's all good. I'm going to have to bring my wash me gang into this thing. Okay, I'm gonna have to download a new Waspy into the screen share. You dig what I'm talking about? But if you do your own calculations, what you're going to find out is that my calculations are right too. And yours is going to look just like this. Because creator not going to have one people teaching one thing over here and another teaching another thing over here. This is your understanding of your mud flood. Not only was there a destruction in the east, right? From roughly 1153 or 1150 BC to 750 BC, but for the last 400 years and through that a 999 year span of time, from 7 to 250, right there at 250, we find the Mayans, not the Maya, who are much older than even the Olmec, but the Mayans being destroyed and wiped off the earth roughly about 253 BC. 700 years, or roughly about 800 years later, or 1,000 years after, into that time after Escort, which they say is the last 400 years, or from 1447 to 1047 BC, was destruction in America. It was intermittently everywhere for another 9,000 years before that destruction of the East from 1153 BC to 753 BC, intermittent towards that, and then at the end of Escra, another 400-year period, right? It destroyed America. This is why by the time Columbus got here, only about 50 years later, he couldn't see any of that shit. But we know San Francisco, LA, uh, uh, Galveston, New York, Charleston, Detroit, Pittsburgh, Boston, Miami, these places, these great cities and energy cities have always been there. And then once you go back and look, when they was first digging this stuff up in the 1840s, 1830s, especially with the European removal of their peonage from Europe. They brought the European indentured and enslaved man here in the 1830s, start giving him land and helping him to take from the indigenous people here. You dig what I'm saying? During that time, they start finding shit in these areas where people like the Shinnecock, the Delaware, the Powhatans, the Mohegans, Iroquois tribes lived in these areas in northern and in southern, because when Columbus got here, he never even made it to North America. Later guys went on from Europe to come to actual America. This is when they try to tell us they brought all the Negro slaves. Yeah, right. Okay. But the thing is that right on time from 953 BC. No, okay, first of all, when Columbus got here, he met the Aztecs, the Mayans, Cortez and all them. They told Cortez, and they also told Columbus that they were just recently 100 or so years just coming off, or 100 and so years just coming off this great cataclysm that happened. And it was just getting back up. And so when they was asking them, did they build these great buildings? They told them, no, they was already there. We built what was on top, what you see, this glorious place that's killing your dirty European country, filthy little European country, dirty, rat infested. You dig what I'm talking about? Rodent encrusted, musty European settlements. You came into something that the Mayans, Aztec was unthinkable. Structures like you couldn't believe. They thought it was Rome. This is 1,000 years before Rome. And Rome had been destroyed. And these things had been covered up. Go look at them old pictures of New York. They're under 30 feet of dirt. How'd it get there? With this so-called Roman European style? Nah. So-called Tartarian style? Nah. That's indigenous American. That is Angui or Negro, aka Aboriginal, also aka Indian, not Native American, indigenous, Aboriginal. There's a difference. You dig what I'm talking about? And I'm not saying there wasn't no Mongoloidal types there. This is America. This is Gautama, the place of the 4 tribes. Uh-oh. So what's a Negro? That means he all mixed up. And mixing more. Sons of Iwata gonna meet the sons of Moses. That happened already here in America. Israel was here. The sons of Iwata and Moses gonna meet the sons of Capelia. That happened here. the Indians are right in the Caribbean today, right with us, mixed in right with us. They call them, many of them, coolies. I hope no disrespect to nobody. And peace to my faithless family in the Caribbean and in South America. Peace to the Thomasine. Peace to the sons of James. You dig what I'm saying? So, but that mixing place, that place where they're going to birth this new race of people, that promised land is right here in Guatemala. And if y'all want, Turtle Tribe, what do they call it? Turtle Island. Okay. What does turtle mean, and where does it come from? Because that ain't the ancient name. I know a name much more ancient than turtle. Guatemala. I know a name more ancient than that. Where they get this idea of a tortoise from. This ancient land is, even before it was called Guatemala, it was called Tori. Right here. Tori, tortoise, turtle. Okay. All right. Well, anyway. So, if you follow these repetitive times during these arc cycles, you'll be able to predict certain natural disasters and avert them, which is prophecy, which is power. Okay. Don't be scared of old Waspy, man. It's that time. I think we're going to come back with a part 2. But we proving our point, man. Glacial maxims. Ice Age gods. Fragopity. Lika. Thor. Eighth. It's at least 4. We don't even know. Listen. During the 9th arc cycle, right? Of Juicien, right? Or basically, you dig what I'm saying? From the 10th arc cycle to the 17th, 24,000 years, right? 24,000 years. That's enough time for another oscillation. You dig what I'm talking about? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. From the 17th to the 10th. That's 24,000 years during the Ark of Nu. We found out that it was a great destruction during that time. During the time of Mrs. TV. During the 10th arc cycle. We find out through science and through Owaspy during the 7th arc cycle, roughly 72,000 years ago. Or what science says now is 74,000 years ago. Right? Hold on. Right? But during this time, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. During this time, 72,000 years ago, was another one. And we also find a destruction. So this ain't no mistake. 8. Hold on. Well, what's coming in this cycle? It's 8 more. Y'all do y'all timetables, man. Y'all work it out. Break it down for 3,000 years or 24,000 years brings you right here. 1848. But how do you break down the next 3,000 years into these smaller cycles through times and half time? So 1447, a time and a half time. 400 years leaves you right here. 200 years Leaves you 2048 harvest time. No coincidence. Etherian angels. Ions. As a matter of fact, we're going to see a man go from physical to etheric 2048. Grandma them coming back 2048. Cutting them got shot, come back 2048. Will there be a great destruction? Who knows? Man might destroy himself with the fear it's going to produce. He might stupidly let off a bomb or something in the air thinking he can shoot an Etherian ship down. Dumbass. And let off something in his atmosphere to start to go kill his damn self. Man, so stupid. First thing he do, he come into fear of something, he shoot at it, he kill it. Or he tip to. But you can't hit no etheric ship with no physical rocket, dumbass. But it can sure blow up in your atmosphere and then be pushed back down to the earth and kill off great amount of people through radiation. Huh? Look what we done found. 17th arc cycle, Great Destruction, glacial maximum. 20th arc cycle, Great Destruction, glacial maximum. 22nd, Great Destruction. Aja for 600 years, Nebula for about 130 years. Right here. You dig what I'm talking about? Then come right down here. Another 3,000 years, what we find ourselves in. Eskra fucking up the planet. This cold right here, Eskra. Whew. This is a cold dude right here. From 1153 BC to 1447 AD, boy, it's going down. This is why they say in the Tartarian belief around 600 years ago, they right. They right. They just don't understand what a time and a half time is. This came, and if you look right here, from 950 BC to 1350 BC is the greatest deserted or desert or dying off era in the United States. Death Valley was made during this time. Only 600-700 years ago. This is why there's great vegetation that used to be there, lakes that used to be there up to 1,000 years ago. They know this stuff was here. They know that stuff was here. And it got murked off. How? One of the greatest drought seasons ever from 953 AD for the next 400 years. And then guess what they call that? From 13 through roughly 18, they call that the mini ice age. Y'all don't believe me? Look it up. From 1303 AD to roughly 1800 AD is called the mini ice age. Huh? Cooler than average temperatures over there in Europe and all that. Shit over here in America getting fucked up. Deserts being finished off. We find Toltec people and all them. Many of the ancient Aztec types, Mayan types, Olmec types still existing a little bit, but they gone. By 253 through 1447, they gone. Everybody getting wiped out. They got I think it's I think it's in Cholula, or it might be Toltec, or it might be Aztec. Around 950 BC, they got a striving Khan society over here that just disappears. It is wiped off the planet. It just goes. Now we see many of these Mayan societies pop up in different forms, but now a little north, now a little east, they become people like the Choctaw, like the Okmulgee. You dig what I'm talking about? Like the Itawa. Also, many of them say like the Cherokee, like the Blackfoot. Huh? I'm just giving it raw. These people coming from a calamity come up here during this time from 253 to 1447, 50 years before Columbus. They had already been gone. These people was escaping, fleeing these areas that was getting smashed. You dig what I'm saying? There's no coincidence. But Shebrew, what she say? Matt Gabriel, this is awesome. Thank you, bro. Shebrew, can we get a copy of this chart, bro? Of course. Yeah. You dig what I'm talking about? But just know these boys out here working, man. We not just talking. You dig what I'm talking about? So when we out here standing on our own, doing our own thing, and we find it, discouraging a little bit that these boys talk all this Bible, but when we call them out to stand on that book, make your God do what he gonna do. We don't need your opinion with it, because we ain't gonna bring our opinion with it. We gonna bring the Creator's opinion, fresh out the book, and then we can see who got the highest light. Now these boys starting to see they don't want to stand on that. You dig what I'm saying? This type of light is hard to define. All of what's going on in Israel, for the most part, happens in the Ark of Speech and the Ark of Bond to now. That's only the last 6,000 years. Look. 5,800 years ago. Abram, Brahma. What about the prophet before Abram and Brahma and Paul and Iwata? They don't even really bring up Zarathustra. As a matter of fact, you really want to learn something about Zarathustra, read your story of Jesus, because they stole his whole shit. When they amalgamated the story of Jesus in 326 AD under Constantine, and inspired by the false god Luamong, aka Christ, they made up the life of the Iesu, Jesus. They made up that crazy lie and took from the lives of dude like Zarathustra. 50% of everything that happened in the life of Jesus happened to Zarathustra. A total at least 50 to 55% of everything. Everything that happened to Jesus, 50% of it happened to another Iesu, Zarathustra. Some to Capelia. This is why they always say Jesus was in India. Some from Chinese. Remember, he was bringing back the Mosaic law. Huh? Okay. But I think we're going to end it on this month. I've been going a long time. I didn't even know I was going that long. You dig what I'm talking about? It's what Matt Gabriel say. It's nice to find a community of faiths that know their stuff. Correct, man. I'm gonna just be real with you, bro. I knew this information before I knew anybody. So for about 2 years, I had even put OWASP to work to make itself prove itself to me. I didn't believe nothing this book told me. It's a book. Why ain't I gonna test it? I test everything else. So, but when OWASP showed its power to me, and that man, and I proved that man was gonna live to his highest light, and he was gonna stand on that, and I proved OWASP, then I had this kind of loneliness. It wasn't until I found an OWASP group with the brother Omian. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout outs to the brother Omian, man. He one of the first dudes that actually brought me in, even though that's not how I got OWASP. Like when I met them, I was already sharp. So I was on different type of stuff. You dig what I'm saying? And you know how it is. People start to go their own way. And you dig what I'm saying? When I see the inspiration not quite right and slanted one way, and then I get a spiritual thing one night to tell me to ask a question, and showed me that who was going to answer the question was lying to me, and to show what they were going to say, and that was going to be the proof of the lie. And it happened exactly like the angelic host told me it was going to happen. And then I find out that they are secretly the bosses and the heads of this so-called group that I was in at the time. It threw me off to rock with this certain group, and to know that they are hiding a massive piece of information. I believe it's 2, but I know for sure it's 1. They got a massive book that is held from OWASP, and these people are faithists. I'm not gonna drop no names. I'm not gonna burn no bridges, because in the end of the day, I just hope they release it. I know you got it. I know you got it. And even if you don't got it, I know some people who do. It's just getting in touch with them. And guess what? They're going to get in touch with me, because it's something I want to see, and I know that exists. And I'm get myself in order, and it'll come right to me. And the faithists who are of the center of progressive faithism, you know, shout out to everybody in the group. You dig what I'm saying? From the center of progressive faithism, you dig what I'm saying? They already know what I'm talking about. We've built on this for years. I don't want to put nothing out there because I don't want to stunt anything. Things always work behind the scenes sometimes, and really just being cool sometimes just get you what you want to walk right into the door to you. You don't even got to go search for it. It comes to you. Just like it was revealed to me that what I thought existed does exist. Trust me, it's going to come to me. You know what I mean? Well, you know, been on here for a minute, man. They say time flies when you're having fun, man, and when you're doing what you love, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Say time fly. You dig what I'm saying? It's a good thing, though. We able to build on these times, man. I didn't, like I said, I didn't finish the true destructive parts of what's going on in the galaxy, but I showed the outline of it And if you want to go farther, you can do the same too. You can do the same. What I'm showing is just what I'm showing today, because I believe there are people who need to get caught up first, and then they'll be at where the faith is at. Because at least the faith is in the Center for Progressive Faithism. You dig what I'm talking about? Understand exactly really what's going on and can calculate the times and the times of the tables of prophecy. Break it down to the very last compound. You dig what I'm saying? They put that hip hop on it, that knowledge in motion. You dig what I'm talking about? We don't just sit here and believe everything in the book. We test it. Do it show itself out to be provable or objective truth. Sometimes there's subjective and objective truths, but you must also pull out objective truths, not just the subjective. Then you lay them against historical or empirical data, right? Then you add a little sprinkle of common sense on that mug and add a whole bunch of logic, and then add another scoop of common sense on it. And then you go into it and you test and you compare and you judge. This is how you show one thing to be true or one thing to be not. Also proven in OWASP. But I think this was a dope show. You dig what I'm talking about? I really think this was a dope show. Let me see who we got up in the house. Matt Gabriel, She Brew in the house, Angelic in the house, Tikva, not Netanyahu, Netiana, Max Low Kizzle for president, Brandon Carter, Dominique, Wagwan Star, Sia Star, ya done know. Yazo Fit, peace to the righteous gods, to my point Yazo Fit. You dig what I'm talking about? What he say gives new meaning to the first shall be last and the last shall be first. Don't it? Don't it? Kevin Sears in the house. Brandon Carter, child of the one. Yup, needs that chart, fam. Yeah, for sure. He say Brandon Carter, is that what CERN trying to pull out of space? Who knows, bro? Who knows? You'd be silly not to think about it. Look, Brandon Carter say, is that what CERN trying to pull out of space? Who knows? But if they opening up, think about it. If they opening up holes in the ionosphere, which we know they have to do to collapse hydrogen versus hydrogen, you dig what I'm talking about? You're pulling massive amounts of vortexian energy. Where are you getting it from? It is produced through the spin or the vortex or centrifugal force of the planet. It is called our ionosphere. So if they at least ripping holes through the ionosphere, I'm thinking definitely cold Etheria probably falls through, and maybe not only that, but you can throw off the vortexian wave in a higher place and have nebulous rocks and meteoritic material falling to the earth, changing not only atmosphere, but what's actually happening on the planet. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't no telling what them boys is doing up there, man. These billionaires been taking flights to the edge of the atmosphere, they say. Yes, they ain't even going that far. You got to get to the edge of the atmosphere, you got to go past Shinvat. That carry the moon. The edge of the atmosphere is past that. Past the moon. Yeah, it might be Mount St. Helens that is the tallest. Please let them get that chart. Yeah, got you. Say no more. We'll post that up on the Cosmon Cal page. You know what I mean? Or put it out there so where everybody can get it. You dig what I'm saying? I'm gonna learn how to post might put it as a banner or something. You know what I mean? So, or in a private chat in the back, and so people can look at it. You know what I mean? Timetables of prophecy, dope. You see what I'm saying? But, well, I've been on here a long time, man. I want to get back with my family. You know, blow on a big fat spliffer-ting. You dig? You dig what I'm saying? Shout out to the Creator Gang. You dig what I'm talking about? Shout out to everybody in the house, man. Yep, scientific method, man. You dig what I'm talking about? Here we go. It's your boy Cosmon. And I'm truly Cosmonian, man. SCG, Star Child Gang, Creator Gang, man. We in the house. And I'm totally nebular, dude. You dig what I'm saying? This is Jehovah Chronicles. Lesson number 3. Called the glacial maxims and the ice age gods. Hope y'all learned something. We didn't have 4 of them. And we didn't just getting into the times of destruction. They fall on a regular scale too. And if we had a creator who fair, he teach us how to do that, right? Yeah, that's called prophecy. Only in Owaspy you can find that now. Yeah. But you already know, man. I'm Cosmon Cal, man. Totally nebular. I'm blasting out, man. Cosmon.
And oh yeah, put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh
just that Japheth, that Chow Mein, that Papabull, that Tao Mein, since sunset in the arc of Wayne, my brain moving like Tao Say. So ass above, it's so below, that up and that down thing. This flow is atmospheric, I call that a ground game. See, water is knowledge, so if I'm teaching, you're learning. So how your God make a sun without vortexing current? See the pattern is ponic, I'm reaching out for my people. Oh, watch me flow to your speakers, you feel the force of the ether. And when the force gets the equal, I'm taking off like an eagle. Police popped the pastor yesterday for pushing put eco. My DNA is Moshe. Mix that thing with higher water. My spirit great. It's OTN, it's just a higher order. Got more light than Kavita. Rap a lot just like Tila. Went from sinner to saint. Shout out my big homie Sela. Got more torque than sports car. Got more work than doorstop. In the 4 million I make, I'm giving the Dr. Umar, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you feel it up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Super 7 in my rites and ceremonies. I'm married to Jehovah, holy matrimony. Confucius say, in the words of Caillou, before you hit the tomb, be a bridegroom. Only got one question for Miss Susan B. On how to last Ahu when it's now an ennui. Blame my inspiration, I'm just thinking thoughts. But in the way of God, we gon' keep it short. Why Jesus wanna kill me, Matthew 10:34. Just a couple questions that I'm needing to know. Oh, watch me flow, it's so potent. Set the vortex in motion. Super 7, I'm floating across the Aegean Ocean. Oh, you a Muslim now, so I guess you make it a lot. Well, I'm an Israelite, I'ma make you at the Shabbat. Got Moses on the bumper, super slap off in my spaceship for the sphere. So I stay lit, peace and light to the faith, it's so yeah.
Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when you're feeling up there. When you in the sky breathing rarefied air. When you're breathing rarefied air, oh yeah. Put that Super 7 in the air. Tell me how you feeling when